Alrighty. We should be live now. Let me just put out the requisite tweets. There we are. Alright. So the deal today is that someone sent me a G-Boy that they've like half finished. They've got all the boards installed and they did some of the wiring on it. And they trimmed their own Wii. And their Wii trim is actually good. It's a good Wii trim. I tested it earlier today and it just works. So this should be a pretty quick build. All I have to do is basically install this and then just run a bunch of wires all over the place. So today's goal is to finish that. I should be able to do it in one day just fine. Can't imagine it'll take that long, but I guess we'll see. Something could go horribly wrong. My only concern is that this Wii trim, when I tested it with composite, the video was a little weird. It was like jittering back and forth. And it wasn't perfectly clean video, but that might have just been because it was composite. Might have been interference or something. So I'm hoping that was the issue. But if not, then I've got a second Wii somewhere that we'll install instead. So hopefully it should be smooth, but things are rarely smooth. Alright. I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to clean up some of these solder joints just a little bit. They're pretty good. But some of them are a little bit sketchy, so I'm probably just going to drop some flux and clean them up a little bit. But overall, the soldering on this thing is pretty good. I normally don't, when someone asks me to like finish a portable for them, I generally don't say yes, just because it can be a bit of a headache to fix their stuff and then build the portable. But this solder job it's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it, so I was down to give it a shot. Alright. Soldering iron is all heated up. Let's see. I don't know how well you can see on the camera. Let's see. You can see how some of the solder joints are a little bit spiky and they don't like lie flat on the pad. So I'm just going to go through, I'm going to lift these up and I'm just going to redo the joints, which should help a little bit. Do you take commissions for projects like this, or do you do it just for fun? I don't really do commissions anymore. I did for a couple of years. I did a lot of commissions. And commissions are just kinda, they get old really fast. It's a lot of the same stuff. And so I generally don't do them anymore, except in special circumstances. So probably not right now. Generally when I want to sell a portable, I'll come up with like a theme or an idea and I'll just build it. And then I'll put it up for sale, usually on my Instagram and Twitter. I'll just post saying, hey, here's the portable, it's for sale. And then someone will pick it up and buy it usually. And that's a lot more fun than doing the same thing over and over. This one's a bit of a weird one, because someone else started this portable and then shipped it to me and paid me to finish it. So it's a little bit of an in-between between, I guess, a commission and just doing it myself. But G-Boys are pretty easy to build, and it's a cool portable. I haven't streamed building one before, so decided to go ahead and just take it on. I think this guy might have just needed flux, because I'm just adding a little bit of flux to his solder joints and they're coming out much better. Battery wire is still a little sketch, but I don't want to mess with it too much. Guess I'll check out your Insta? Oh yeah, feel free. I don't post much, so I shouldn't be annoying. I'd probably post more, honestly, but generally just don't have much to post. Let's see. Alright, those are looking better. don't think I'm going to mess with the wires up here in the USB-C board at all, but... Hey there, Y7 is life. What do I want to do next? I think we might... I think we'll just install the copper plate real quick. So, I think all I have to do... There's one thing I didn't know for a long time when I use these copper plates, is that there's like a thin film on both sides of this, this guy. And if you don't take it off, then you aren't connecting to metal. You're connecting to like a piece of saran wrap and then metal, which isn't great. So make sure you peel off both sides of it if you're working with these. It's a bit of a pain though, 'cause sometimes it's like sealed perfectly on there, but sometimes there'll be a little lip you can grab. There we go. It's one side. And then I don't know if it's worth putting down thermal paste on the fan, because this is just plastic. I don't really know if thermal paste is going to help at all, so I'm not going to worry about it. The heatsink has this like sticky stuff already on it, so I'm just going to use that and assume that it's all good. We'll probably use thermal paste when we go between the Wii and this copper plate though. Should be lined up. Hey there, Shovel Man. Sorry to hear you're in a hospital bed, but hopefully this is entertaining. Okay. Copper plate should be down solidly. And then I'm just going to add some solder joints for wires we're going to put down later. Because I find that to get a good joint, it's usually best to just have a little bit of solder on the pads. And then attach your wire later, rather than add solder to the wire and then try to add the wire without any solder already on the pad. But we're going to do the 4 LED pads and the 2 thermistor pads down here. That all looks good. Yeah, we're going to need 5 volts. I think the only thing in here that uses 5 volts is the screen. But it's been a while since I built a G-Boy, so I might be forgetting about something. Yeah. Is that a ground or is that 5 volts? Double checking a pad real quick to make sure it's the right voltage. Okay, so that's a 5 volt pad. That's good to know. Alright. I think I'm going to start by just putting down some wires. So I'm going to need some twisted wire up here for the data lines on USB. So I've got a bag of pre-twisted wire. Ooh, alright. And then I don't think it needs to be very long, but I'll just leave it as long as it is right now, just so that we don't accidentally cut too much off. Oh, my garbage bin over here. You don't want to tin wires over whatever you're working on, because if a glob of solder falls like onto this board, that's a huge pain to clean up. and probably wouldn't kill anything as long as you cleaned it up right, but especially when you're working with a live circuit, you gotta be real careful. Okay, and then I'm gonna have the red wire be plus and the orange wire be minus. Because I think that's what I usually do. Is there no screw post here? Huh, okay. Well, there's a screw hole here, but there's no screw post underneath. So, I guess I don't need to put a screw in, I hope. Although, I'm a little worried about the USB port. Because it looks like it's taller than the screw post for the Wii. Is that gonna... No, I guess it'll be okay. I hope it will, at least. Alright, well, we'll figure that out later. Because it looks like this port is screwed in properly, because the USB-C port is lined up, but... Hey there, MP3. How's it going? Did your Prusa all built yet? I think I saw you were working on it, but I don't know if you ever finished it. Let's see. One. I think I got the second one. Okay, perfect. So I shouldn't have to solder to this board anymore. It should be all good. Got it finished on Monday? Nice. Printed anything good with it yet? My Prusa has been acting up recently. Like, I'm getting like a mid-temp error on the heated bed, which I think just means the wires are loose somewhere or getting like pinched. So I'll have to reroute those at some point. I had the same issue on my old Prusa too. It would come and go. It's so quiet, absolutely loving it so far. Yeah, it's a big difference. Like, I think my Prusa 3S running on like power mode is still quieter than my like 2.5 was on silent mode. It's crazy. But I live in an old house, so it still shakes the floor a bit, and it does bug my roommate if he's trying to sleep. So I do have to be careful when I run it. But aside from that, it is pretty quiet. Alright, so now we're going to run wires to these guys right here. And these are all for the triggers and I guess just ground. That's all right here is for. Printed a few benchies and some other random stuff. The classics. I think the only like test print I still have that I actually use is like this random bowl that I put all my orange squishy tacks in. Printed this and I think a couple benchies when I was first testing. And I've got some good use out of that bowl. Okay, we'll run a 30 gauge wire for ground, since I think the audio amp and the screen are probably going to piggyback off this ground wire. But usually for the control board you can use 34 gauge without any issue. There we go. So we can zoom out a little bit. Perfect. There are some flux residues from when I was cleaning up the solder joints on the PMS earlier, so I'll go ahead and clean that up real quick. Alright, that should be good. Oh, right, Z's the other one. Okay. So the color on this case is interesting. So I didn't do the paint job on this case. It was sent to me by whoever started this G-Boy build. And it looks like they didn't do any sort of like sanding or post-processing on the case, just the paint job. And so it's a little bit rough. But it is a really nice color. I will ask them what paint they use, because I think I'll probably want to use it on a future project at some point. Looks flush and tidy, nice work. I actually didn't do very much of this wiring. This is a build that somebody else started, and then they gave up on it for some reason. I'm not sure why, but they hit me up and asked me if I would finish it. So they're paying me to finish it up. And I'm not sure why they abandoned it, because their soldering is decent. It's not perfect. And they have like a working Wii trim that they sent along with it, so I'm not quite sure what the story on it is, but my hope is to finish it up today and keep the wire routing as clean as theirs. Which, wire routing on the G-Boy is probably one of the easiest projects, because there are channels just built for it, so I'll do my best. There we go. We'll do a green wire for Z. Oh, that's nice, Shank. I saw you posted about that LAN party thing. That looked like fun. Glad I have lots of Ginger of Oz fans in the wild. How can I get my hands on one of these, or like make one? So the G-Boy kit was a thing for a while. It got discontinued about a year ago. It'll probably come back in some fashion. But if you're looking to make just like a Wii portable in general, then I'd recommend the Ashita. I've got a case around here somewhere. I'll show it off in a sec. But there are some good guides for it. It's a very straightforward build. It's probably about as easy as a G-Boy. I don't know if any parts fit are much harder or easier. But it's a really cool case. I still need to build one. But I don't trust that joint. I'm gonna bury this wire in just a little bit more. There we go. Alright, so the G-Boy case, or not the G-Boy, the Ashita case looks like this. So it's literally just a GameCube controller. It's been extended with the screen that goes in the middle. And there are really good mounts for everything. It's a really cool case. It's a bit big. That's like the only like negative thing about it I can think of. But yeah, it's a decent beginner build. There's a parts list for it. Yeah, highly recommend this if you're looking to build one soon. The G-Boy kit will return in some fashion. Probably not as a kit. Probably more so as a, here are the parts, here are the case files, knock yourself out. But yeah, Ashita is really cool. Really solid build. Definitely recommend. Ashita is life. Yep. I need to print out a different case from that one because I didn't use Wesk's, what are they called? 3MF files? Is that what they are? I didn't use those. I just used like Prusa's auto-generated supports, and it's a little bit rougher than I'd like in some places, but chances are I'll have to do some sanding to get it super clean either way. Alright. We've got 2 more trigger wires. And then we might just jump into... Oh, we'll probably do LED wires. And then we'll get into actually installing the Wii. Yeah, chip shortage. It comes for us all. As long as PMS lights stay in stock, I'll be okay. Alright, one more. Yeah, it is kind of like the Switch GameCube controllers. It's reminiscent of, like, back in the day, years and years ago, people would make portable GameCubes out of the... There was like a keyboard GameCube controller. That's pretty cool. And it's just like a GameCube controller with a big keyboard in the middle. And so people would take those and turn them into GameCube portables, which is cool and all. But those controllers are really expensive and somewhat rare. So the Ishida is a nice balance between GameCube controller feel and not having to spend hundreds of dollars on a case. As long as PMS lights stay in stock, yeah. Alright, that should be good for now. Ooh. Chips for the light are now also gonzo. That is scary. I think I have like 2 PMS fulls left, so I'll need to order a couple PMS lights soon. Okay, let's do LED wires real quick. For V+, I think you can use 34 gauge on all of these without any issues. The LED is pretty low power. But I'll run 30 gauge for power just so I can discern it a little bit easier from the others. Oh, 90 weeks? So never? Oh, man. Feels like G-Man has had to redesign the PMS like once every 4 months for the last year. PMS light. No more voltage regulators. It just manages batteries. I'd say we could just go back to PTHs, but it seems like those barely exist anymore either. Oh yeah, if you've got like cheap shops in Australia for Wiis, that's really nice. It used to be pretty easy to get a hold of cheap Wiis in the States. But then the pandemic hit and everyone decided that Wiis are worth twice as much now. So it's a little bit trickier, but if you watch eBay, you can still get one with a broken disk drive for pretty cheap. But it is a bit of a hassle sometimes. But yeah, just make sure if you're grabbing a Wii, make sure it's a 4-layer Wii. There's essentially 2 like main kinds of Wii motherboards, and one of them is really good for portables. The other is not so good for portables. Just make sure you know the difference and grab the right one. Because 4-layer motherboards use a lot less power, and they can be cut a little bit smaller, which is important for some portables. Like, I don't think a 6-layer Wii would really fit in the G-Boy, just because the trim shape is a little different. Yeah. I looked at, like, redesigning the Wii Boy color boards the other day, and I looked at it for a couple minutes and went, I think Wii Boy colors are just dead. I've still got, like, a few parts left, but most of the parts I have left are on, like, boards that I couldn't get working. And it's kind of a pain to pull them off of one board and install them on another and Hope that the chip that I'm moving isn't fried or something. But yeah. Alright, and I am trying to color coordinate the LED wires a little bit, so it's easier when I go to solder them to the other side. Because thankfully I have 3 different colors of 34 gauge wire. So I'm using my red wire for the red line, green wire for the green line, and orange wire for the blue line. Because I don't have blue 34 gauge wire. I think it might exist, but I think I was looking at it one time and it was really expensive. So, orange it is. It does exist? I think I saw it on like eBay one time. And I tried to buy like these like rolls that were just like a bunch of different colors of magnet wire. I don't know where I put those, but they were tiny. Like they're like the size of a quarter. And like the picture, they kind of looked like they were this size. But so they shipped from like Germany. And I got a little bit of each of those, but remind me and I'll bring the blue spool to MGC. You can doink some of mine. Ooh. That would be great, but I'm not going to be at MGC this year. My finals week like perfectly overlaps with MGC. It goes from like Thursday to Wednesday, and MGC falls on that weekend. So I will not be there, unfortunately. Which I'm kind of bummed about, but that's alright. Drop out? You know, it's tempting. I mean, I'll just drop out, become a big YouTube star, make millions of dollars, flex on the haters. It is a good plan, but I don't know. Maybe college should be a nice backup. What else should I run? I guess I can attach... Actually, is the thermistor going to be covered up at all? Oh. No, it's not. Okay. Well, that makes my life easy. We'll worry about that later. Just got to sell more merch. There we go. Charge $100 for a hoodie. Call it premium. Okay. Is it Wii installation time? You know, let me just check. One nice thing about the G-Boy is that there's like a big guide for it. So let me just scope out that guide real quick and make sure I'm not forgetting something. Now to the controls, speakers, RGB LED. Oh, okay. I guess we can wire up screen power now. Testing and verification. I'm pretty sure you can get away with 30 gauge wire for the screen. The guide is showing thicker wire, but I'm sure you don't need very thick wire. Let's run it. Your boy Ginger back at it with another mods. Just gotta start taking NFT sponsorships. Those pay the most. I've gotten a bunch of emails from some of them recently. And it's really weird because they're the only sponsor... Well, it's not weird. They're the only sponsors that offer me a number up front. Usually when like a sponsor reaches out, they're like, hey, let us know what your rate is or whatever. But they reach out and are immediately like, we will give you this many dollars. You need to shout us out on this many platforms. Which, it's tempting, but I don't think I want to be an NFT shill this early into my career. Weekly portables can't be that hard. Yeah, this summer I'm hopeful to get out several videos. At least 2. Because I'm not working anywhere. I won't have any classes. But we'll see. Okay. I hate connecting the halves this early, so we're not going to do that. I'm going to wait until I absolutely have to. But we'll run 30 gauge wire. 30 gauge wire. I have gotten that before. We've watched dozens of your videos when I've got 5, I think. Yeah, I've got 5. But they're just such big fans. They're watching all my unlisted videos too. You could find a way to mass produce the Wii shells for cheap. So that kind of kit already existed to a certain degree as the G-Boy. And it was pretty successful. I know they sold a lot of G-Boys. But I'm also not terribly interested in the mass production side of things when it comes to portables. It's a lot of work, and you need a team to do it if you want to like not be miserable. And so I'm gonna leave that to 4-layer tech. If they want to run a kit, they've got the manpower to do it. They've got the guys to do it. So, but yeah. I haven't gotten many people following up. Oh, I don't know if I told you about this, but one time I got like 4 emails in a week from like, they're just like one of those like brand agencies that are like, hey, sign up as a creator and we'll give you your YouTube payout sooner or something. And I don't really know what the point of it is. I'm sure there's some sort of contract that locks me into something miserable. So I ignore those. And one time they sent me like 4 in a week. So I just responded with like, shut up, go away, or something. And then the guy responded and said, oh, sorry to bug you, man. Big fan of the PS2 Eclipse, by the way. And it was like, why didn't you tell me that sooner? If you had told me, oh, I watched your PS2 Eclipse video, really liked it. Here's our company, here's what we do. I would have responded with something a little more polite, but I don't know. The G-Boy was a bit expensive though. If you could just sell them cheaper and make them cheaper. There's not really a magic cheaper option. Like I get that a lot with when people are just like, oh, just mass produce them. Give them to China or something. But it doesn't really work that way. To really make stuff like cheaper in like a large scale, you have to do a lot. And portables just aren't really at that scale. Like, I think the price that G-Boy was at was a very reasonable price for how much the boards cost to produce and all that. Like, I have the skills to manufacture my own boards. Well, at least I did back when parts were available. But even I would much prefer to buy them from a store because it's just a pain to assemble your own. But it is expensive still. But that's just kind of how portables are and probably always will be. Okay. So that's screen power. Oh, let's grab a 3.3 volt wire for over here because we're going to need that later. We'll do green wire. I use green for 3.3 volts a lot. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're thinking of people selling finished G-Boys. Finished G-Boys will sell for around $1,000. And that's pretty normal. But the kit itself was like $325. Which is about as much as it would cost like to buy all the boards separately and to get your case 3D printed and whatever else you needed. $250 is about as low as you can make a good portable. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I summed up the Louis BOM. I think it was like $275 or something. And I think part of that is because you have to buy that stupid third-party D-pad. But I think Cyframe updated the CAD files, so it just uses the Switch D-pad. Which should be really helpful for people who just want to build one Louis. Yeah, no worries. Okay. It's been a while since I've used a PMS-1, so I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. But I think it's just Wii voltage and thermistor stuff at this point. So I need to figure out... So I'll probably fold it over like this. Is there anything... I don't think so. Alright, I am running out of colored voltage wire. I think I've got a baggie of it somewhere though. Oh, here it is. Yes, you can get a free portable if you farm enough channel points, which I think I'd have to be streaming full-time for someone to get enough. But if I ever reach that point, then there you go. Yeah, there is something to be said for convenience over affordability. I would agree with that. Okay. Hopefully, not forgetting something. Alright, how long does this wire need to be? 1.15 is right there. So right about here should be long enough. Shank mods give me free portable. I do get emails sometimes from someone asking for a free portable. Just hoping. But I've yet to indulge anyone. I made the mistake one time. I said, yeah, I'll give you a free portable. Whenever I start giving away free portables, to be the first to get one. But they kept following up to see if I was giving one out yet. So I had to politely tell them that I wasn't giving them out. Which I probably should have done from the start, because it was probably a child. But that's alright. You'll give me exposure? Ooh, I would love some Shank Mods exposure. Although I think I already get a lot of that for free, which I do appreciate. Also, I already built you a free portable at MGC. I wired up the USB-C board wrong just for you. Alright, we'll do white for 1.1 volts. Yeah, you're just handing it out for free. What's a G-Boy? I'm a bit confused. Don't really pay attention to portabilizing. So the G-Boy is a kit that was available for sale a couple of years ago. And it's a really nice portable. It's one of the easiest to build, and so it just came with all the parts and stuff. And so it's essentially just built to be shaped exactly like a DMG Game Boy, which is really nice. So, but yeah, it's not available for sale anymore, unfortunately. The kits aren't in production, but somebody sent me this one because they built like half of it and then they gave up on it. So I'm finishing it up for them. I figured I'd stream it because I've never streamed a G-Boy build before, and they're pretty fun. It's a nice relaxing build compared to some of the other ones out there. Hey, this one's from my playlist? It might be. I yoinked at least like 15 or 20 songs from that playlist. Appreciate you sending it over. I think I added like 100 songs to it since the last time I streamed, because I swear last time it was giving me like the same 20 over and over again. So hopefully there's some good variety. Although I think like 20% of the playlist at this point is Final Fantasy VII stuff. So I hope you guys like Final Fantasy VII. There we go. Scream at my skull for everyone to watch it. I do need to be hitting up that younger audience. For a free portable? Unfortunately, I don't have that many to give away. Maybe someday. Alright. I feel like these wires are going to be way too long, but I'll just kind of pinch them underneath and shouldn't be a big deal. Gotta include Ben Heck too? Maybe. Wasn't that Crash who wired it up wrong? No. So at MGC, Crash was the one who put like foot-long wires on every single like point on the USB-C board, which you have to run the USB-C board about an inch to get to the PMS. So I made fun of him for that and then proceeded to wire up the USB-C board wrong. Because 4-layer changed like the layout of the USB-C board, like when they upgraded it to like Rev B or whatever. And like on the old revision, you just like wired straight across. It was like point A, point A, point B, point B, point C, point C. But the other one is like a completely different pinout. And so I didn't look at the pinout. I just went off of what I remembered and wired it up completely wrong. I don't think Shank figured it out until he got home, but that's alright. Because Ginger can't read. I just make videos, man. I don't need to read to be able to stream. I've got a voice in my head telling you what people are saying in the chat. Alright. There's ground. Okay, 1.8 volts. We'll do... I guess we'll do blue wire for that. Just curious, what do your shoes look like? I'm not wearing shoes right now, I'm wearing socks. My shoes are just very beat up black shoes. Although I do have my patriotic Crocs lying around somewhere. Alright. Yeah, Crash did a lot of work on the USB-C board. I just did all the wrong work on the USB-C board. But I'm down to blame Crash, so that's fine with me. Got an immaculate reputation to maintain. Never once made a mistake on a portable. Oh, which reminds me. I found the Waluigi files the other day. So here's the classic case for anyone who remembers it. I'm going to clean it up and rebuild it a little bit, but it's still going to be chunky and ugly. But, yep. Funnily enough, this piece is supposed to glue on, and I designed it completely wrong, I guess, because this thing is smaller than this thing. Like, it doesn't line up right, which is funny. And you'll also notice the distinct lack of screw posts in here. I'm pretty sure this is the final version of it that I used, except for the speaker vents. I got rid of the Waluigi things for whatever reason. But, yeah, that was a fun print to print out again. Come a long way? I hope so. Been a while since I killed a GC Plus board. But I do want to do a video about the Waluigi. Just explain why it failed. Show off how to design and build a good portable versus a rough one. I want to see you finish that someday. I'll do it soon. I've got plans to rebuild it, because it's the only portable of mine that I don't still own. I still have the original portable of everything else from Waker of the Weaned onwards. But I sold the Waluigi to Dionaut like a long time ago because he wanted to use the parts from it. I traded him for like a 3DS, which hey, it was a good deal back then, but now I kind of wish I had the original. So alright, we'll use green wire for 3.3 volts. Okay. Do you regret selling it? Yeah, I wish I would have kept it. But at the time, it didn't really work, and I didn't really want to use the parts out of it. So, yeah, I guess that's a word of advice for anyone getting into portables. Even if your first portable is really, really bad, don't sell it. Even for parts. Well, certainly don't sell it as something to be played, because that'll come back to bite you. But yeah, hit him up, offered to buy it. I did hit him up. I mostly just wanted like the original case back, but he doesn't have it anymore. I think one of his parents threw it out or something. So I did try. But yeah, when I rebuild it, I'm gonna try to keep the case like externals as close as possible to the outside, which means I'm going to have to paint the front of the case without doing any sanding, and then I'm going to paint the back of the case after painstakingly sanding it, because that's what I did on the original. So it's going to be an ugly portable. There we go. Did you find the custom startup video? Oh, I'm sure I have that somewhere. I keep a pretty good record of like every file I've ever used, and at the very least, it exists between like Shockslayer and mine DMs on BitBuilt, because he's the one who made it for me. So I know I have it there at the very least. But you should make a portable Wii that is your most unportable Wii ever. Maybe someday, but I don't know. I think there are other like funny projects I could do that would be more fun to make and more cool, but we'll see. Okay. There's a little bit of, you can't really see it on the camera. There's a little bit of the old Wii thermal pad residue. So I'm going to go ahead and clean that off as best as I can. Oh. Got my bottle of clean isopropyl alcohol. Remember seeing it in some context, but you want to see it again? I think I posted, like, there was a period of time where the Waluigi very briefly kind of worked. And I think that was one of the videos I shared to the forums or something. I know I've still got that video on... Oh, you probably saw it in the PS2 Eclipse video. I showed off the Waluigi briefly because I was talking about, like, the first portable Wii I ever made. Or something. But, yeah, it's, that boot video was something. It was made exactly as I requested, too. I literally sent Shockslayer, like, 3 different clips. It was like, do this one, then this one, then this one. And then have it say, the Waluigi. And he did it. Alright. I'm trying to think, is there anything other than voltage that I need to solder on the bottom here? Because I don't need to install the thermistor. That goes on the other side. I don't really think there is. I'm going to go ahead and use thermal pads on this guy. I think thermal paste might work, but I'm a little bit worried about the USB port like sticking up past the screw post here. I'm not sure if that's how it's supposed to be, but thermal pads will give me a little bit more space. Where are my scissors? Oh, there they are. The actual video file was posted somewhere? It wasn't being played on the actual portable. Huh. I don't know why I would have posted it. Maybe Shockslayer did. But, I don't know. Good to know that it's out there somewhere. I am still watching YouTube. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah. I think you're thinking of a console. Or consolizer? Is that what they're called? Yeah. Those are kind of cool. But I don't have a whole lot of interest in it. Just because if I wanted to play like a handheld on a big screen, an emulator is probably good enough for me. Which is sacrilegious to say when I build portable Wiis for a living. But I'm not that particular when it comes to handheld stuff. Okay. Should be good. Oh, where's the... Oh, it's from the Sharpie on the Wii. Alright. Okay. So now we're going to flip the Wii over and solder it down. And then I think we'll go ahead and just run a quick test. And make sure that everything's working. I tested the Wii motherboard separate from the all the stuff in here. So it's possible that there's something still wrong, but alright, let's get my nice oily hands all over this. Perfect. Yeah, I think they're impressive in different ways because, I don't know, converting video output from like something that one of those little screens uses into something that works on a big screen that's beyond me. I don't understand how any of that works. But I understand how portables work. I have that on lock. Alright. Grab that out from under there. Alright. Let's get this guy all lined up. Just push wires down. Ooh, okay, this wheat trim is barely small enough to fit right. Like, we're literally rubbing up against this screw post, and we are pinching this wire up against the back of the case. Probably should have double checked that sooner, because I've just kind of been loosely fitting it in, but... Alright, yeah, these wires are a bit long, but we'll live with it. Okay, and now we're going to go ahead and screw down a couple of the screw posts on the Wii motherboard. Just to keep it locked in place. There we are. If I can get... Where's the hole? Whoops. Hey there, Grandbar. FPGA Voodoo. Yeah, that's my opinion on consoleizers. All I do to build a portable is connect stuff from point A to point B. That's all it is. Everyone's already figured out the hard stuff. I think G-Man designs his screw post holes to be a little bit smaller than I do. I always have the hardest time, like, drilling screw posts in on his portables. Which might be better for, like, the longevity of the screw post, but... I always have to, like, tap it a bit, and I forget to do that. There we go. Yeah, PS2 and Wii are like the big, probably the two biggest portabilized consoles. But N64 is still popular because emulation for it is still pretty rough. And Dreamcast, I think there's some big Dreamcast stuff coming out soon. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I know people have been working on it. And there's definitely some cool stuff in the works for it. So... if you're interested in Dreamcast at all, I'd keep an eye on that stuff. I don't think the screw is going in. What's happening here? Oh, jeez. I don't know how rare the Dreamcast actually is. I don't think it's... I mean, it's probably more rare. It's definitely more rare than like a Wii or a PS2, but... I think they still sold a decent number of them. Okay, this screw isn't going in. It's just spinning. What's happening? What's going on here? Alright, we're gonna... Where's my X-Acto knife? Oh, there it is. Alright. 10-something million units? Okay, that's... So, like, we're talking Wii U numbers. Ish. Which isn't many in the scope of console sales, but it's at least enough to not make it super rare. G-Boy screw posts are the bane of my existence. That and the Wii Vision. I think it's just G-Man portables. I don't remember if the G-Wii ones were that bad, but I swear, he designs these holes just small enough to be a bit of a pain to drill through. Because I think I usually do like 1.7 millimeters for a screw pull. Or a screw hole. I think G-Man does a little bit smaller. But whatever works. Is there like something blocking? Oh, what the heck? Are these screw posts? Oh. Okay, this screw post goes solid after like 2 millimeters. Which explains why I was having a really hard time drilling through it. I don't know what's going on there. All these other ones are normal though, so we'll just use those instead for now. Strange. Okay. Let's get the Wii back in place. Perfect. I don't want to use this screw anymore. Don't want to risk stripping it. These will work. Throwing shade at G-Man. He makes some of the best portables. Can't complain beyond the screw post being a little tight. If that's my biggest complaint, then it's a pretty good portable. Oh great, this one's tight too. And these black screws strip really easily. I'm going to use the silver ones. Can I get away with 4 millimeter screws? Let's see. Ah, yeah, this will work. Probably should use deeper screws, but I think it'll be fine. I don't really want to sit here trying to pound in screws for the next 30 minutes. Alright, see ya, Mad Lad. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with the rest of your day. Poke myself in the eye with some magnet wire. How does... There we go. No, I definitely need... Here we go. The guide says what size screws to use for each thing if you're unsure. Yeah, I think you're supposed to use 6 or 8 millimeters for the Wii motherboard, but I think 4 will work fine for at least a couple of them. This feels... Oh, okay, I've got a wire in between the screw post and one of the... Oh, man. I want to go down all the way. Some of the wires, I think, are getting in the way of where the Wii is supposed to rest. Causing me a bit of a headache. Alright, well, we'll roll with it for now. That might be an issue I have to fix later. I've used 5 millimeters for the Wii? Okay. Oh, okay, this screw isn't even in at all. So 6 millimeter screws are too big, and 4 millimeter screws are too small. Maybe I do need those 5mm screws you're talking about. What kind of flux do you use? Yeah, I use Kester 951. I don't know if it's the best flux, but it's what I've used forever, and it's quite good. It's not all that hard to clean up, which is what I really like about it. But yeah, recommend it. Okay, we're gonna back out this screw. I didn't expect the hardest part of the build to be screwing in boards, but I guess that's how it is sometimes. Let's see. It seems like the screws are like forcing plastic into like the bottom area so that the screws just get stuck. Because now I've got the same issue on this guy that I have on this guy. I'm gonna try to poke holes in here and see if that helps. But don't use nice tweezers for this, by the way, you'll ruin them. But these tweezers are already kind of beat up, so I could poke holes without risk of bending them too much, because they're already bent. Kester 186 is also pretty good, but horrible for cleaning up. Gotcha. That makes sense. This one is also now solid. G-Man, you're killing me. Okay. Let's try these, because they're a little pointier, but they strip really easily. They're going in, but I've used so much force that they're already stripping. Yeah, that screw's unusable now. This one is also already stripped. Let's try this one. Not trying to backseat, but if you're screwing the motherboard in, shouldn't you wire up the screen? I prefer to connect the halves as late into the build as possible. And so I've got wires, although I should probably... I've already got wires for the screen voltage. I should separate them out, though, so that I can remember which is which. Okay, this is screen ground. Okay, red 30 gauge is 5 volts. Oh, maybe I should just connect them now, because I doubled up on some of the wire colors over here. Here, let's just... That's 3.3 volts. I think I'll just twist the pairs together, and that should be enough for me to tell what's what. Alright. Twist these guys together a little bit. Yeah, that's fair. I appreciate the reminder. Because it is good that I figure out what these wires are now. Because I could do it later, but that would be a lot of multimeter poking and not all that fun. Okay, I'm pretty sure both 30 gauge green wires are ground. Actually, I probably only need one of these. I don't think I need both. Actually, I'll keep both just in case we need one for the audio amp ground. I don't think the audio amp in the G-Boy is all that picky about interference stuff, but we'll see. Time for super glue. I don't know if I want to super glue in the Wii motherboard. That is a bold decision. But it's on the table. Okay. That should be enough twisting. Wait, do I have... No, one of those is Z. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're going to install the Wii motherboard for real this time. All the screws are going to go in. Actually, I'm just going to... Let's not throw a knife at myself. Also, I didn't realize you could use that gauge for screen power. Screens don't use very much power. This is 30 gauge wire. It's 30 gauge magnet wire. So it might look like 34 gauge. You might actually be able to get away with 34 gauge though. I'm not entirely sure with this screen though, so I'm using 30 gauge just to be safe. But yeah, you don't really need 22 gauge for anything that's not the Wii. Unless you've got some weird circumstances. Like, I think G-Man's, like his N64, like foldable portable. That screen uses like 34 gauge wire for power. And it works fine. But I don't really want to push anything. So I'm just going to stick with 30 gauge. Well, if you shift that, you can fill the screw hole with super glue. Yeah, you can do that. But this is a brand new case-ish. The guy who was working on this before me never screwed into here before, so I shouldn't be ruining the screw posts already. That shouldn't be happening, but it is an option. Actually, before I screw the Wii into place, I can just make sure it works. There's no reason for me to screw it down before I run that test. So let's do that. We need to wire up composite. Which is just 2 wires, so it should be pretty quick. We'll just use this as our ground tie. Okay. So when you're testing a portable, you generally want to test with composite because it's really easy. It's just 2 wires. That way, if you test with something like VGA, you could have like issues with your VGA wiring, and then you've got like another issue that you might not realize. You need to run a ground wire with the composite line because the screen needs like a reference voltage for the composite signal. Because I guess that's just how it works. I'm not sure. I don't trust my composite wiring. It looks a little bit sketchy. I'm going to redo this. It doesn't look any better. There we go. Okay. That's good. I'm happy with that. Alright. Oh, and I guess you can't see it. I'll zoom out a little bit. But literally, I'm just wiring to a Wii AV port that's been desoldered. And then it's just connected to composite and ground on the connector. So it makes it easy to test stuff. I use the same connector when I'm testing like PS2s as well. Because composite is composite. Okay, and then batteries. You only need to put 1 in for testing. Let me just make sure these are charged up properly. They're a bit scuffed up. They're what the guy who started building this portable was using. And I think they've got some charge in them. 4.08. And 4.08. Okay, yep, these are both good. And then, very important when you're building any sort of portable, make sure you put the battery in the right way. Because on this power board in particular, if you put the battery in backwards, then you'll fry one of the chips. And the board won't work anymore. Which is a particularly big problem nowadays because those chips don't exist anymore. Because of the chip shortage. They are all sold out. Okay. Here, let's swing this guy around. So, you can kind of see it. So that blue screen black... Oh, wait. Let's just... I have... Aha! So if this screen goes black and some white text appears, that means we are good to go. Oh. Okay. So that is good. I don't know if you can see it or not, though. Okay, it went away. But when it was first booting up, the video was like flickering and bouncing back and forth. Which is really weird. I don't see that ever. But now it's fine. So I'm going to hope it was just a one-time thing. But that means that the Wii is booting, which is good. Let's see. Let's swing this back around. All right. Oh, forgot I was supposed to bring that up. All right, that's fine. Okay. So that is all great. So now we're going to try to actually screw it down without running into issues, but we'll see. Oh, before I do anything, I need to take this battery out. You don't want to be moving stuff around or soldering when there's batteries in the portable, unless you're being really careful and you really know what you're doing. But when I've got like a loose board like this hanging around, you don't want the batteries in there. Yeah, pop goes the BQ. Yep, that's what happens if you put the battery in backwards. Okay, and we'll go ahead and desolder the composite port. Because we shouldn't... I'm probably not going to need it anymore. At this point, I probably won't do any more tests until we wire up VGA in the screen. Okay. Did I grab the black... the baggie of... Here we go. I remember Ben Heck doing that while he was charging the unit on a G-Boy build, or was it like some other portable of his? Doing it while charging is... I don't know if it's that much worse. Not for the portable maybe, but I don't know. Wall power is a whole nother fun variable to throw in, I suppose. Alright, this screw is going to go in perfectly. No issues. Oh! It snapped. Oh, my screw got a lot shorter. Okay, hang on. Oh, jeez. Alright, well... The screw is barely... The broken part is barely sticking out at all. Dude... I had this exact thing same thing happen when I opened up a very old G-Boy that I built a couple of years ago, back before it was called the G-Boy. And I had this exact issue happen, where a black screw snapped in one of the screw posts when I tried to put it in. At this point, I'm blaming G-Man. He needs to make these screw holes bigger. Because I've never had these snap before. These screws snap before on any of my projects, or on any other projects. Oh, it was the one-chip Atari 2600 portable? Okay, I think I'm... Okay, I give up. This is going to be a 3 screw post portable. Or a 3 screw post motherboard hold-in. Because there's no way I can get that out. Without, like, taking a Dremel to it, which would still make the screw post unusable. What happened? Had to go do something? I had a screw snap in this screw post. So, I can't get it out anymore. So, we're now going to be even more careful with the other 3 screw posts. And I think part of the problem is that these screws are definitely weaker. They're like eBay screws, but I've still never had them break in anything other than G-Boys. But as long as 3 screw posts are still intact, that's solid enough to hold down the Wii motherboard without too much worries. I usually do these 3, like on a Louis. Like, I don't think I use that screw post at all. So, okay, these are 8mm screws. Can I get 6mm screws? Yes. All right. Maybe I'll just go back to 4mm screws, because I can't break those. I don't get it. I think something is in the way of something. 'Cause my motherboard isn't sitting flat. It's normal for like when you screw in one side for like another side to stick up a little bit. The other sides are sticking up a lot right now. I don't know what the deal with that is. Okay, this screw. Okay, that screw went in perfectly. I give that screw a 10 out of 10. Now let's get a similar situation going on over here, please. Okay, I think I found the hole. Okay, I think this one is settling. Okay. Alright. Now let's just get this third one in. And I won't have to be mad at G-Man. Okay. There we go. I don't know why everything suddenly went nice and easy, but I'm not going to complain. Okay. I think I'm going to start... We're going to solder everything we can on the Wii side. So we'll start with the USB data lines, which I think red is data positive and orange is data negative. And we'll leave ourselves a little bit of extra slack just in case something goes wrong. But I should just need to split these apart and move on. Oh wait, okay, yeah, those are my bent. Okay, these are my nice pair of tweezers. All right. Oh, I'm curious. For any of my modders in the chat still, do you have like a preferred way to mount like the MX chip other than hot glue? Because I've opened up a couple of old portables of mine recently, and over time the hot glue just wears down, and the MX chip is just kind of like flopping around everywhere, like just held in by the wires. And it still works. I haven't had like it coming loose like break anything, but I almost want to design like a little mount that like goes between like a couple of the screw posts to like lock it into place and really hold it down. But wonder if anyone's got like a secret technique for that. That might be useful, because I no longer trust hot glue to hold that into place. Okay, up here. You just lay it with Captain Tape on the top and bottom? So like, does the Captain Tape hold it down, or is it just there to like protect it from like shorting against stuff? Because I don't know if Captain Tape would hold it into place very well for a long time, but that might work. Down to try it. Okay, that should work. Hot glue sticks to Captain Tape really well. Huh. I'll give that a shot. So I just glue like hot glue motherboard to motherboard. There's like a layer of Captain Tape between, but I don't use it to secure the motherboard at all. I'll give that a shot. Oh. That wire didn't get attached at all. Okay. That should be good for USB. What else? We could just do a MX chip now. Oh, is the pinout for the screen on the BitBuilt manual somewhere? Because I don't have a picture of the underside of this screen, so I don't remember what goes where. Let's see. Switching to VGA. Difficulty very hard. No, there aren't any pictures. Oh wait, I think I got one of these boards. One sec. I think that's the same one. Let's see. It's highlighted in the image. Right for the mode via. Does anyone know if H and V are inverted on this screen? Because I feel like they are, but I don't know for sure. I'll figure it out later. But they are not inverted. Oh, okay. Good to know. Then we'll just keep this here as a reference. And we'll get ready to install wires. So VGA is probably one of the harder wiring jobs on a portable Wii. Just because you have to solder directly to a couple pins on this video chip. Oh, hang on. Camera's going blurry. To a couple. You can also zoom in. There we go. To a couple video pins, which is pretty tricky. But if you don't overdo it on the solder, you can't really mess it up. Sometimes just takes a couple tries. Only on the 480p IPS one? No, they're definitely flipped on other screens. I know they're flipped. They're definitely flipped on that one. I feel like the GWii screen is also flipped, aren't they? Maybe it's a different screen I'm thinking of. Because I know there's another screen out there where they're also inverted. Because it's not an issue limited to just one screen. Do you also solder right to resistors for VGA? Yeah, I solder directly to these. I know there are vias out here that also work. But with these, I could just solder to like the ground next to it and the actual VGA line for shielding. It's probably easiest to pull VGA from the other side of the board because you've got like those fat pads where the capacitors used to be. But I hate not having access to those pads once the Wii is installed, because if something goes wrong and like I break one of those wires or it comes loose, then there's no way to like get back to that pad without like taking the entire portable apart. So these resistor pads are good. I'm a man of culture. What temp do I run my iron at? I'm not actually sure what temperature I use because I messed up the what's it called? The like configuration settings on my Hako. So it's like the temperature is completely off from what it says on the screen. But I think I usually solder at around 350 for just about everything. That works pretty well for pretty much everything on a portable Wii. Yeah. My iron says I'm at 325, but I'm pretty sure I'm actually hotter than that. But who knows? Okay, so now we're gonna need more twisted wire for the video lines. And I don't know what I'm gonna do when this baggie runs out. I haven't twisted wire in years. I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Alright. So we need to go from... Where'd the other... Oh. So we need to go from about right here to right here. So we'll leave ourselves a little bit of slack. Let's go this long. And then... one... and two. Alright, that'll work. That might actually be all the twisted wire we need for this build. I think it's basically just USB and VGA that needs it. Unless I'm forgetting something. I cooked my first attempt at VGA. Had no idea there were resistors to solder to. Oh, there are resistors to solder to for the color lines. For the H and V sync lines, you have to solder directly to the AVE. But yeah, if you spend too much time on the AVE, then I guess you can cook it. Alright. I don't think I'm showing this on camera, but I'm just going to spend the next couple minutes de-twisting the ends of the wire. Which is always a joy. There we go. Alright, there's one. I just jam my tweezers in a few twists from the end and pull on it. I'll give that a shot. It kind of worked. Although the only risk of doing that is that you sometimes like snap the end of the wire a little bit, which isn't a big deal unless your wire is like the perfect length for what you need. And if it is, then that can become an issue. I usually just try to like pinch the end a little bit and like hope that like squeezes a little gap in that I can then like wedge my fingernail or the tweezers in and get pulled out. But I just need like a tool to do this for me. Alright, there's two. Now it's just this guy left. PMS data to and from the motherboard also need shielding. Well, thankfully this is a PMS 1, which doesn't have any data lines that go between the Wii motherboard and the PMS. But thanks for the heads up. I'm still really baffled by that. Seems like such an odd thing to need to shield, but it was what ended up working in the end, so. Like, I don't even think you need to shield the audio amp lines on this, like, audio amp. At least I never did. But I think it also depends what you're running it along. Oh, I'm gonna need to shield the headphone lines. No. The headphone jack is attached to the U-amp. Never mind. I was thinking of the old Louis. One time I made the mistake of attaching, like, the U-amp ground directly to the fan ground. And I got some really weird audio issues out of that. But aside from that, I didn't have too many problems with the old U-amp. Okay. The ends of the wires are now broken off enough that we can tin them. How do I handle all the ground wires? Oh, hang on, that's an old message. What did I miss? Usually with the ground wires, for like all the shielded stuff, if that's what you're talking about, I solder one side of the ground, wherever it's more convenient, and then I just don't connect the other side. Because I think that's technically what you're supposed to do to avoid like ground loops or something. So I'll usually just do it wherever it's more convenient. Like on the 5-inch screen that the Louis uses, there are ground pads next to every single like video line on the screen, and so I'll just solder them on that end. But like this one, I don't think there are very many convenient ground pads on the screen side, so I'll just solder the ground pads on the Wii side, if that makes sense. The Ishida is just very wacky and silly. I guess that is its defining feature. Oh, whoops. Let's not lose that wire. Alright. Bring this back around. Okay, that's one. Let's see, we're gonna have red be the video signal, and I'll use orange as ground. Because the red wire is less likely to snap than the orange wire. If the ground wire snaps on the other end, that's not a huge deal, but... There we go. So that's green. And then we'll use this last one for blue. Oh, I didn't tin one of these wires very well. Let's fix that. And so then after this wire, we're going to do the really tricky wires, which are probably the hardest part of the G-Boy, assuming that you weren't doing relocating Bluetooth at all. But generally, not very many people relocate Bluetooth on portables nowadays. I think sometimes people will do it on like their first one and then realize that they're never going to use it. But you have to relocate Bluetooth if you want to use Wii remotes, like external Wii remotes, which does sound like a really nice feature for like playing Wii games and stuff. The issue is that there's just like never a situation where like pointing a Wii remote at like a tiny screen is enjoyable beyond like the novelty of it. So it's just a gimmick that I don't really care for. Okay. So now H and V. Which ones? Pretty sure it's these two pins. So H and V sync don't need to be twisted together. I think you can if you want to keep your wires like super organized, but it's not required, so I am not going to bother. And realistically, you keep your wires just as organized as long as you route them nicely. Just a little bit easier when they're in pairs. I was about to do it on my Ishida, and then, yeah. I mean, relocating the Bluetooth module used to be required if you wanted to play Wii games. So I did it a lot on my old portables. But yeah, ever since BB Loader and RB Loader came out, I haven't done it once. Actually, I take it back. I did it once because I had a commission where a guy really wanted it. But aside from that, have not done it. Although, actually, I might have to do it for the Waluigi whenever I rebuild that, because these two holes in the corners are for IR LEDs, which I think I actually got them working on the original Waluigi. Like, that was the one part of it that actually did work. Because I brought it to, like, I had, like, an electronics class in high school, and so I'd bring my portable there and work on it when I was, like, done with other stuff. And sometimes it would just get played on by other people. Because you could use a Wii remote with it. Not a GameCube controller, though. GameCube controller never really worked. Alright, well now it's that fun moment where I tinned a wire earlier. But where did I put it? And the answer is I don't know. So we'll redo that in a little bit. Alright. And then my top secret strategy that... Oh, wait, here's the wire. Never mind. For attaching the H and V lines that other dentists won't tell you about is that you just put a big drop of flux on the AVE, and then you leave just the tiniest amount of solder on your soldering iron, and then you line it up, and you just smush the wire to the pin. And there's just like enough solder left on your soldering iron that it flows, it makes a pretty solid joint, but it doesn't flow over onto any of the other pins. So that way you don't have any shorts. And then I'll do the inner one first, which I think is V. Let me see if I can zoom in. But, kind of. So we have decided to the 2 here on the end. So you do the inner one first, and then you do the outer one. And that generally works pretty well. Alright, should be enough. Oh, not quite. There we go. And now you've got H and V sync soldered with minimal pain. And then I'm going to go ahead and clean up the flux residues before we do anything else. Okay, perfect. So I think that's all the required wires for the Wii. No, audio. We need to do audio wires. I think I might do those later though. Because I'm not quite sure how I'm gonna route wires yet. Probably gonna route them. Nah, we can just do it now. How many wires do I need? So the data lines are all right here. And it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. Okay. Let me pull up the G-Boy guide real quick so I can see. Oh, that's smart. I do really like these bottles. They're really nice. I think I found the type of bottle one time and I bought more of them. Where did I put them? I know I have more of these somewhere that are empty. They're just like clean bottles. I'll give that a shot. That sounds smart. Holy crap, you made that look so easy. I've done it many times, so that does help. But it is tricky. It wasn't that easy the first time I did it. I will tell you that. But I think the most important part is just using just the tiniest amount of solder. Because the mistake most people do is they like glob up both pins, and then it's always a pain to clean that up later. Oh, that's right. I was gonna... Let's see. Wiring audio. It's a difficult part of assembly. Okay, we'll worry about voltage stuff later. Oh, that's right. You need 1.8 volts for the audio amp. I forgot about that. That's okay. Okay. Here's the pinout I need. Oh, that's right. You gotta... There's the 4 that the U amp uses, then you need the other 2, because this is a Wii HUD amp. Okay. This shouldn't be too bad. Let me just cut 6 wires real quick. And we'll leave them all pretty long. Because magnet wire is cheap, and I'd rather cut off an extra 3 inches and waste those than have to completely redo a wire because I tried to skimp on it. I think we'll do 3 red and 3 green. I do have the orange wire, but the orange wire is 38 gauge, and I hate working with 38 gauge wire. It's just small enough that it becomes a headache to work with. Okay. Snip that one. It's probably way too long though. 2. And 3. Okay. So this is another trickier part of the build because we're soldering to a bunch of weavias that are all right next to each other. Which, as long as you're clean and careful, it's not too bad. But it's definitely one of the trickier parts. But generally, before you get to this part, you'll have practiced on like other weavias that aren't quite as tightly packed. So it's just a matter of doing that same thing again, just 6 times rather than 2 or 3 or 1. Alright, that should be good. Oh, I need 7 wires instead of 6. We'll cut the 7th later, though. So the reason why you need so many wires for audio is because the audio amp that this portable uses the digital signals from the Wii. So usually when you get audio signals from something, like when you plug like a Wii directly into a TV, you're using analog signal, which is because the Wii takes the digital signals and then converts them to analog signals, which is fine most of the time, but it's not the highest quality audio, because when you convert something, you lose a little bit of nice audio sound. I'm not an expert on the topic, I don't really get how it works, but generally converting the audio a lot is bad. But portables are cool, because we can take the digital audio straight from the Wii CPU or GPU, and then with that, we can just get like perfect audio straight through headphones and speakers, because the audio amp just converts it straight from Wii sound to speaker sound, which is really, really nice. And I can tell a difference between like digital audio on this and just like audio coming out of the speakers on my TV. Hey Life, how's it going? But so yeah, if you're gonna build a portable, it's worth the extra bit of difficulty to wire up all these little audio wires. You can also just use like straight analog audio on the U amp, which is definitely easier to solder because it's just like two wires or something, maybe 3. There's basically just audio left and audio right, but the digital audio, it is very nice, especially over headphones. There we go. To get the 34 gauge to like stick into the vias, you have to keep it pretty clean of like any sort of solder blobs. So I'm trying to strip off a little bit more so that it'll fit in the hole nicely. There we go. That was red, so we'll use green now. You been playing any games recently? I've been playing Deep Rock Galactic with some friends recently. That's a fun one. It's basically just like a co-op PvE sort of shooter game where you've got objectives and you're like dwarves mining for a company. It's pretty fun. There's nothing like crazy, like special about it, I'd say, but it's got some fun atmosphere. It's a good boot up and do something with friends game. So I've been playing that recently. I also set up a like a private Lego Universe server I think I talked a little bit about it in the BitBuilt Discord, but they managed to restore like the server like architecture that you need to play Lego Universe. And so I've been playing that with a friend recently, and the game is not very good. Shockingly, a Lego MMO from like 2010. I think it went from like 2010 to 2012. It's not all that great, but it's been a fun nostalgia trip because as a kid, I think it was like $10 a month for a membership, and I think my allowance was like $10 a month. And why would I spend money on a Lego Universe membership when I could spend it on real Legos? So I never got to play past the tutorial area, but it's been kind of fun to go past the tutorial area and be like, oh, so this is what I always wanted to play. Except it's not very good, but I'm sure 10-year-old me would have loved it. But that's been really fun. If you played Lego Universe as a kid, it might be worth the nostalgia trip, but setting up the server is a huge pain. There's some good tutorials out there. Like if you look up like Lego Universe multiplayer Dark Flame server setup, I found a decent tutorial that like goes through every single step like you're an idiot, which is really good for me because I'm not comfortable with like Linux or server architecture at all. But remember hearing about that game when it was out, but never played it myself. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely pretty niche. The only reason I knew about it is because at my elementary school, Legos were the contraband that we all dealt in. And so like you'd bring your Lego guys to school and you try to trade them with other people. But if the teachers found out, they'd confiscate your Legos. So it was a dangerous game. But one kid had like a manual, like all about like Lego Universe, like all the missions, all the like items and stuff. And so that thing would get traded around, and I ended up with it at some point. But I remember looking through that and wanted to play the whole game, but that pesky membership was too pricey. And then it shut down like a year after I got interested in it. Oh, whoops. I accidentally cut the tip of my finger a little bit there, but nothing beyond surface. So I never got to enjoy it. But the server stuff only came out pretty recently, at least publicly. So it's been fun to try it out. Okay. Alright, just one more. I guess actually two more. Just one more here. It's like a screwy black market for children in a school. It was an unregulated market, so there were... here's a good story. So it was 5th grade, and the first like round of Lego Ninjago had just come out. Lego Ninjago was pretty big. And so Lego Ninjago and Lego Star Wars minifigures were like those were the big ticket items. You get a lot for those. And that was my first introduction to scams, because there was this kid named Joe. And Joe told me, well, let me see if I can remember the exact deal. I don't remember what I gave him, but it was something relatively insignificant, and I was going to get like Cad Bane and 3 super battle droids in return. But I had to give him I don't even remember what I gave him. I think it was just like a couple normal battle droids or something. So it's very clearly a scam setup. But I just thought, oh, I'll get Cad Bane. That's all I want. Joe's a sucker. And he told me that he put them in my backpack, but he didn't put them in my backpack. He never gave them to me. He scammed me out of, I think, a couple battle droids. And I was really mad because I can't report him to anyone. It's an unregulated market. If I tell the teachers, they'll know I have Legos on me. And I can't let them know that, so he just got away with it. But I figured, hey, if he did it to me, maybe I can do it to him. And so I did the exact same thing to him. and I got like a Kai minifigure out of him. Told him I'd give him, I don't remember, something big. And he fell for it too. So at the end of the day, you know, I scammed him, he scammed me. I guess it balanced out in the end. But I don't know if that was the most ethical way to go about it, but I mean, that's street justice right there. So yeah, pro tip, if you're trading Legos at school, be careful. There are bad people out there trying to take your Legos. There's a huge black market for Beyblades at my school. Beyblades existed, but there wasn't like a big market for them. Like I don't think anyone was like undercover trading any of that I can remember at least. But yeah, Legos were the big ones. That's kind of a crazy story. I don't know that it's that crazy, but I know Joe did pull scams on a couple other people, and they were also unhappy about it. I think Wingo Beningo was one of those people who got scammed by Joe, and he didn't even remember it. When I brought up this story to him a few months ago, it was like, oh, I didn't even remember that. So I don't know, maybe being scammed just hurt me deeper, but. And then, like, we still played with Legos a little bit in middle school. Now, the teachers at middle school didn't care, but I think by 7th grade, everyone was pretty much past their Lego phase. But those were a good couple of years. Then it was Minecraft. Minecraft was the big thing, but it's harder to. It's not really anything physical associated with Minecraft, so less opportunity for scams there. Okay, let's run the last audio wire real quick. I don't remember where this goes. I'll have to pull up the diagram again. Once we get this audio wire, though, debating whether or not I really want to do MX on this guy. I didn't say whether or not I would, but I think I probably should, because you need MX for some virtual console stuff. So it's probably only fair if I do. Alright, there we go. Let's see, the S line is it this one? Yeah. Okay. That's all good. Oh, I'm zoomed in all weirdly. Hang on. Okay, so now let's see. He sent a trimmed MX portion. Let me see if I can find that. I know I've got it somewhere. But I now have Nest Desk, so. Oh, here it is. Alright. So this MX ship looks to be in decent shape. I think he did a good enough job well, I'm going to do a little bit more sanding. This side looks a little bit scuffed still, as does right there. Alright, let me go grab some sandpaper real quick. But it should only be a couple minutes of sanding. Alright. So the MX chip, I mentioned it earlier. It's important for some virtual console stuff, as well as the real-time clock on the Wii. So for like things like Animal Crossing, where you need time to pass when the Wii is turned off, the MX chip handles that, because that's what attaches to the little coin cell. that most consoles have. But we're just going to do a little bit more sanding to make sure that this board is nice and clean. Because if this board has shorts on it, then it can interfere with like the rest of the Wii working. I had a Wii trim I found out by accident the other day. It was like an old one of mine, and I pulled the MX chip off of it, and I put it into the fake portable GameCube that I made, and it made the Wii stop working. Like when I attached the MX chip. And so I had to deattach the MX chip, and thankfully it worked after that. So I just grabbed like a different MX chip setup, and that one worked fine. Or maybe I just didn't use MX. I can't remember if I actually swapped it or not. I might have just ignored the MX functionality. Can't remember. But at the very least, I removed it so that the board would start working again. Alright, so when you're sanding motherboards, I usually start with 200 grit, so I just use that. And now I'm going to move on to 400 grit, and then 800 grit. And that should be enough to keep it run pretty smoothly. And I think I grabbed a coin cell earlier, so I shouldn't have to dig around for one. I have these extra thin ones that I bought for Wii Boy colors. And so I'm probably just going to use one of those, because I've still got a bunch of extras. Okay, perfect. Now 800 grit. You can go higher if you really want to on Wii motherboards. But if you do a good job, 800 is as high as you need to go. The other grits are mostly just there to, I guess, make it look nicer. Maybe really put any like fears you have about shorts on the edge of the board to rest. But I've used 800 pretty much on every board I've ever trimmed, and it's always been enough. Sometimes I've stopped at 400 and still been okay. But I definitely recommend going up to 800. Just throw a little nick here on one of these edges. Want to buff that out. Okay, that looks good. Let's do a little bit more on this edge. Perfect. Let's go ahead and do some quick cleanup. Try to keep the painted case on the paper towels, because dust and such will stick to a paint job pretty badly, unless it's a really nice paint job. But I think whoever painted this case, I mean, it's definitely not the worst paint job I've ever seen, but it's not professional grade at least. All right, that'll be good. Let me pull up the MX chip diagram, because I don't know that off the top of my head. Oh, that's right, it's at like the bottom. There we go. Okay, so we'll go ahead and solder down our 4 wires that we'll need for MX real quick. So it's 4 data lines, kind of like what we did for audio, but it's only 4 instead of 7. And they aren't quite as densely packed, so it's a little bit easier. But we'll do... Oh no. My my magnet wire spool is starting to get, like, uneven. There's, like, loops in it now, which is miserable. Oh, no. Alright, well, we'll just pretend that it's all fine and dandy for now. I don't know how you fix a spool of magnet wire when it's gone rogue. Alright, there's red. We'll grab 2 green wires. And I'm cutting these ones way too long again, just so that there's absolutely no way I don't have enough length on them. Because trimming magnet wire afterwards is very easy. Once we're done with the MX chip, I think it'll basically be time to start connecting the halves together. Because there's not much soldering you have to do on the front half by itself. You mostly just mount everything, and then that's about all you can do without the back half assembled. But we'll see. Alright. There's 4 wires. And then the first one, okay, it's the pair right here that I need wires for. So we will zoom. Oh, okay. The U10 wire came loose, so let's fix that real quick. So you have to relocate U10 because that's what sends like the boot signal to the Wii to actually turn on. And so if that wire comes loose, then your Wii won't boot. That's one of the critical relocations on a Wii. So I want to make sure that's a really solid solder joint, which I think it is now. All right. Green. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. We've got a little bit of solder stuck to the end of this wire, which is why it won't go in. But now it should go in. One. Do a red wire now. Is that good? Oh yeah, that's good. And then let me pull up the diagram again real quick. Okay, so 11 is right next to U10. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I accidentally made a little solder blob right here. Okay. Thankfully it didn't stick too badly to anything. But we want to ensure that that is not in our case anywhere. Because if that guy bounces around, it could land on something bad. Short something together and potentially kill the Wii. You'd have to get pretty unlucky for that to happen. But not a risk worth taking. want to strip this wire a little bit more. Perfect. We're going to put down a little bit of flux because I'm going to need to make a pad to solder to, because the wire doesn't want to go in this via. Okay, that should work. Now where did the wire go? Oh, here it is. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to clean that up with a little bit of isopropyl alcohol, and then we'll set it off to the side for a minute and work on the actual MX chip that we sanded earlier. Okay. Set that off to the side. So we need to connect a few of these voltage points together, which I don't remember the exact ones, so I'll pull up the diagram again. But it looks like if we short 1, 2, 4, and 5, 1, 2, 3, we just use a blob of solder to bridge these two together. And then we'll attach a little wire right there. And then we'll take a little bit of 30 gauge wire to bounce those two together, because the MX chip has like 4 different 3.3 volt spots, and they all need to be connected together because they aren't internally connected on the chip. So you can do that pretty efficiently with just one solder blob and then one wire. So that's the method I'm using. Like that. Cut that to length. Perfect. And then I think we might go ahead and attach our coin cell. So to do that, there's test pad 118 here. So we're going to solder that to the positive end of our little coin cell. Which we're going to do, hang on, we're going to scuff up the coin cell just a little bit with an X-Acto knife. This will help solder stick to it better. This is not at all the proper way to do this. You'd probably be better off with like a little coin cell holder. They make those. And soldering to that instead, but I don't have any of those. So we're just going to very carefully solder to it. Because these will blow up on you if you solder them for a little bit too long, as Crazy Gadget can tell you. As long as you get in and out pretty quick, it's generally fine. We'll scuff up this side just a little bit, like that. And then okay. You only need a little bit of solder to stick to it, but this battery cell is probably very toasty right now. Yeah. We're gonna let that cool for a second. Hello, yes, I explode batteries. This is what you're known for. Okay, while we wait for the battery to cool, let's go ahead and add 3.3 volt and ground wires for the MX chip. Did my playlist switch to just Mario Kart Double Dash? Yeah, it did. Okay. Hold up. Mario Kart's great and all, but... let's go with this. Okay. So there are a couple 3.3 volt and ground spots that are good for the MX chip. And I'll try to point them out when I solder to them. So there's these like pairs of vias right here and right here. And so these two are 3.3 volts and these two are ground. So these are the most convenient spot I know of to get power for your MX chip. That was scary. I almost accidentally pulled up a capacitor by not soldering very carefully. Okay, 3.3 volts is this one. Correct. And then ground. Where's my 30 gauge ground wire? Or green wire? Here it is. Perfect. There's also the 3.3 volt via cluster down by the NAND. Yeah, this one's pretty good too. I guess it depends where you're mounting the MX chip. I usually put mine like right here. So I guess that one works pretty well too. That's a good option. I usually try to leave that cluster free because on Louis, that's where I usually run screen power from. But on this portable or on a G-Boy, it doesn't really matter since the screen runs on 5 volts anyways. Okay, great. So now our battery is cooled off. So let's go ahead and get this attached. So positive end of the battery goes to that test pad I pointed out earlier. So I think 34 gauge wire will probably work fine, but I'll just use 30 gauge because I've got it. Why not? Hey there, Nandre. Glad you enjoy the videos. Alright. And again, we're trying to keep our soldering brief to this coin cell. Perfect. And then we're gonna put down Captain tape. So Captain tape is kind of like electrical tape, but it's really, really thin. So it's great for just kind of like sticking onto boards that are stuck together. Because it prevents any shorts from happening, and it takes up basically no space. And it's a little bit less, I don't know how to describe it. Electrical tape is always a little bit finicky to work with. I don't think, like, I want to say sticky, but tape is supposed to be sticky. That doesn't seem like the right word. But it's also a pain to work with compared to electrical tape. Did I go the wrong way here? Hang on. I think I might put the battery the way I might not have wanted to. Oh no, that was the right way. Okay, sweet. Then we're going to attach the negative end of our battery to just any ground pad on the MX chip that we want. Which there are a few... Oh, actually, I need to get rid of... I think on the MX chip, you want to get rid of, like, U9 and U10. I don't really think it matters, but we'll do it just to be safe. Perfect. Might need to clean out my solder sponge in a bit. It's getting a bit messy. And so these, all 6 of these pads here on the bottom should be ground. So just wire our coin cell to these and call it a day. And I'd say at this point, I'm probably just past the halfway point between where I started and when the portable will be done. Assuming nothing catastrophic. But I guess we'll see. Because the last portable stream I did, there were a lot of big issues at the end. Which I was able to resolve eventually, but they weren't exactly quick fixes. So we're just going to Captain tape all over the coin cell because that's a big flat piece of metal, which is potential for short city, which is what we would like to avoid. Got a little bit hanging out, so I'm just going to put on one more piece of tape. Perfect. So now what I want to do is we're just going to put down a bunch of Captain tape here. Because I think Crazy Gadget said that hot glue sticks pretty well to Captain tape. So we'll give his method a shot. Because usually when I hot glue the MX chip down, it just ends up coming loose later on down the line. Which isn't the end of the world, but I would like to avoid that if I can. But putting MX chip over the entire Wii motherboard isn't a bad idea at the end of the day. Pretty sure G-Man does it on a lot of his portables. I think just... Am I covering anything up? I don't think so. Alright, just a little bit more. Okay, perfect. And then the MX chip will just kind of sit right here. Ish. Maybe more like this? I'm trying to figure out what the shortest way for these data wires to run is. I think this might be it. Let's get the thermistor installed real quick, just so that I'm not blocking it with any of my MX stuff. So this thermistor is important because this is the temperature reader for this power board. Because sometimes your portable will turn on, like if this power button gets accidentally pushed when it's in like the carrying case. On old Wii portables, the portable will just burn itself to death. There's nothing in place to stop it from just overheating. But this thermistor that we put in, if things do get too toasty, then the power board will cut off power to the Wii and shut off. So that way you don't accidentally kill your project. Because I've got a portable Wii. It's one of the first ones I built where it is broken. Because it got turned on when it was inside the carrying case, and it just ran for 4 hours in a very enclosed space, and it is now warped and melted pretty badly. So definitely make sure you've got some thermal protection if you're building a portable Wii. And if you use a PMS setup, like the PMS Lite or the PMS 2, then you're all good. You don't have to worry about that, because that's included. But very essential feature. I will never build a portable Wii without it, because finding out that that portable had died was pretty sad. But alright. Thermistor is in place, and then we'll just put down another piece of Captain tape to hold it down. Great. Yeah. Almost tried to take a swig of isopropyl alcohol, which would be something. Oh, my camera's a bit low. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, let me go figure out where my hot glue gun is, because we're gonna need to plug that in a sec. It's not already on my desk. Found it. Perfect. So we're gonna have it sit right here. Which shouldn't block anything. Is there something like on the screen side it might collide with? A little bit worried about this clock. Oh yeah, it's gonna collide with the clock. Let's shift it down a bit. Okay. I think that'll close properly. I think we're just getting stuck on wires now. Okay. So if we put it down here lower, then it shouldn't be in the way of anything. I hope. Okay. Well then in that case, let's go ahead and start connecting the MX chip. Which data wires are which? Okay, 11 is the one next to U10. Alright, perfect. So this red wire goes right here. All right. Then 12 is one of the other pair. Okay, it's the lower one, which is the green wire. Okay, I think this song just played. There we go. And then 13 is this red wire. There we go. All right, so we have one more data wire, and then all that's left for MX is to wire up the power. And then we should be able to move on to the other side of the portable. I think I'm using, are these my bad? Yeah, it's my bad pair. I need to not use these. Okay. Power wires, that's right. This one is ground. It should be... Pretty sure this capacitor you can use for both 3.3 volts and ground. I think the right side of it is ground. Oh, whoops. The left side of it is 3.3 volts. Ground. Probably don't need to trim that wire much at all. Just leave it as is. Alright. Which console is being made portable this time? So this is a portable Wii. It's called the G-Boy. That's what the name of the portable is. And so it's built to be the exact same size as a like an original Game Boy. So it's a pretty neat build. But yeah, I'm trying to do it all today, which should be possible. I hope I'm not like over-promising like I did with the Louie, but this time I didn't have to trim the Wii on stream, and part of the assembly was already done, so it should be quicker. We'll see. But yeah, I got all the Wii stuff soldered today. And I think we're just a couple of wires away from the back half being completely done. Which is nice, because I'm getting tired of the back half. Come on, man. Okay. So MX chip is all installed. So we're gonna go ahead. I'll actually hold off on hot gluing it into place until the very end of the build, just in case there's something that it's gonna collide with. I'm gonna do a controller data wire real quick, and then we'll move on to the front half. This one is pretty easy. It's just a single via that you gotta solder to. And that's pretty much all the controller needs, aside from voltage and ground, which you've already got prepped, so it's nice and easy. Shipped off a little bit too much though, so we're gonna cut it back just a hair. Let me just make sure I know which one is player 1. Player 1 data line is... It is that one. Okay. It's really weird because there's 4 vias in a row here, but it's actually the second via that's player 1 for some reason, rather than the first one. There we are. Alright, so we've got a nice mess of wires here, and the back half is done, I want to say. We don't have the batteries in yet, because we don't want them in yet, but aside from that, it is finished. So let's bring the front half back into the equation. Alright. Out of curiosity, how did you originally find out about handheld consoles? And why do you enjoy it so much? So I first found out about portable consoles. I was running a Google search for something GameCube related. And like GameCube Portable like popped up in like the Google recommended. Like, is this what you're looking for? And it was like, no, that's not what I'm looking for, but that sounds cool. And so I like went down the rabbit hole of like portables people had built. Like there was the Envision, there was, what was it called? The one that was built out of a GameCube keyboard. And there were a lot of really cool portable GameCubes, and I was like, oh, okay, I want to buy one. And then I found out that no one really sold them, and that when they were sold, they were super expensive. And so I kind of gave up on the idea for a while. And then I eventually found the BitBuilt forums, where there were like active people who actually like knew what they were talking about and were able to help me. And so yeah, from there I got into building portables, and I've had a lot of fun with it. Initially I really enjoyed it because of like the final product, like being something that I would actually use. Like the ability to play like all GameCube and Wii games handheld is very appealing to me, or at least it was. Because those were the games I wanted to play, but my phone wasn't powerful enough to emulate them, and lugging around a laptop everywhere wasn't all that fun. So that's how I initially got into it. And then, yeah, over time I've just built a lot of them. As for why I still do it today, why do I enjoy it so much? I don't know. There's still something cool about creating like your own console of sorts, where you know, like, you understand how everything works, like different form factors. Like my last one was a clamshell one, and that's cool. Or adding different features, just different shaped cases. I don't know, it's just kind of fun. And it's something not a whole lot of people do, so it does have that I guess, sort of prestige to it. But some parts of it aren't terribly fun. Like, producing a lot of them all at once is not very fun. Found that out the hard way. But creating something original and putting it together, it's a lot of fun. So I'll probably do it for a while. So right now I'm just running 3.3 volts in grounds from the controller board to the audio amp board. And there aren't very many wires to run solely on the front half. Most of them come from the back half. So we're going to start connecting the halves pretty quick here soon. Alright, there's 2. And then I forgot about the 1.8 volt wire, so I'll solder one of those to the back half here pretty soon. Perfect. I guess we can run a ground wire to the screen real quick. All of these like screw post, like big silver circles should be ground. So I think that's going to be our easiest spot to attach a ground wire. Oh, come on. There we are. Where's green wire? And then 30 gauge wire should be good enough for the screen's ground. This is 30 gauge magnet wire, so it looks super thin, but should be up to the task. Pinch this down. Perfect. Alright, and I think those 3 wires might be literally the only 3 wires I can run just solely on the front half. So I think it's time to start bringing the back half in. Okay, I think we'll do video and audio last, because those are going to be a little bit of a headache. But let's start with this guy. So this is the 3.3 volt wire. And I think right here is going to be the jump off point. So we're just going to go like this. Try and get a nice 90-degree angle in there so it looks like I care about my wiring. Should be good. So 3.3 volts gets used for both the controller and the audio amp, which is why we ran a 3.3 volt wire down here earlier. Great. And then these ones are all controller wires. these ones are for the right trigger. So we'll route them down. Like this. Something like that should be good. Great. And then I think the red wire, so the way the triggers in this portable works is it's a button that has like two buttons in it. So one of them activates when you press it lightly, and then the other one activates when you press it a little bit harder. So we've got two wires, one for the soft press and one for the hard press. And that helps kind of act like analog triggers like the GameCube's got. It's not exactly the same because you don't get the full range, but it's enough to make like games that need it at least work. Like Super Mario Sunshine. But you can also get away with one trigger if you really want to, for whatever reason. But there we are. Just like that. And then Z is this thin green wire. I'll try to loop it underneath our trigger wires so that our wires all just kind of go in like a bunch across. Just like that. Perfect. Alright, so that's the Z button. GameCube controller only has one Z button, so that makes things a little bit easier. And then these should be our wires for the left trigger. Perfect. What's your thought on Nintendo Switch as a handheld console? I like the Switch. I've gotten a decent amount of use out of mine. It's got some good games. I don't have a whole lot of complaints with it beyond like its online system being pretty terrible. But I'm happy with my Switch. But doesn't have like GameCube and Wii games, so that's why I still build these. But I am still an avid Nintendo Switch user. This doesn't really replace the Switch for me. Okay. So what are all these wires? Okay, this red wire is 5 volts. I remember that. And I think both of these green wires are ground. But realistically, I only need one of them. So we're going to route this one over. Like that. Alright. So that should be all the controller stuff, aside from controller data. Which I guess we can just do right now. There's no real reason to wait. Alright, this one goes down and around here. And we'll loop it around these wires to help keep it in place. But GCD, I believe, is the GameCube data part. Can't imagine that stands for anything else, so. Alright, just like that. Excellent. Alright, what next? I'm pretty sure I don't need this wire, but I'm not going to cut it off just yet. Just in case there's something I'm forgetting. But I think now we can run 5 volts. 5 volts goes to one of those two pads. I don't remember which one. So I'm going to pull up this screen diagram real quick. Let's see. Mounting LCD. Wiring the RGB LED PCB and power. Five volts goes there. Okay, it's the upper pad. I think. Yes. So 5 volts goes right here. I think this is... It's just this and USB that need 5 volts on this portable. Some portable Wii's don't even use 5 volts though. Because we're able to run the screen off of just 3.3 volts. Then the USB-C PD boards that get used in a lot of portables, I don't even think it uses 5 volts. Maybe the new one does. I might take that back. But it's definitely not required for every portable Wii. Oops. Now let's go ahead and run our LED wires over. So the RGB LED needs 4 wires. I'm gonna cut the excess off a little bit. I think I should be safe to do that. 1 for the positive voltage end, and then 3 more for the red, green, and blue actual colors that the LED lights up. I'm going to try to route these through little loop-de-loop I've got. It's a little bit sketchy, but looks like it'll work. There we are. Ooh, alright. I'm pushing it a little bit tight on the links on these, but this should work. Okay. Another question, if you don't mind. What console do I wish could be made portable but can't as of now? That's a fair question. I'll be honest. I mostly just grew up with Nintendo consoles. So I don't have a whole lot of attachment to like the PlayStation or Xbox stuff. But but I think I would enjoy playing those. I think my answer might be portable Wii U, but the Nintendo Switch is already almost a portable Wii U. Like, almost, I think there's like 2 half-decent Wii U games that haven't been ported to the Switch. And so at this point, it's just kind of like, well, it would be a lot less effort to just buy the Wii U library on the Switch. So I think I might go with Xbox 360. I think if you could make the Xbox 360 portable, which someone is working on. I know they've made a little bit of progress. I don't know how far they're going to get with it, but they're trying. I think that would be a really cool console to have portable. Because I think you're in that right, like, in between nostalgia and old feelings for the Xbox 360 right now. So I think it'd be cool if that one was portable. Because I know that's got a lot of really good games on it. But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if Benji gets anywhere on it. Be very cool if he does. Okay, so that's our blue wire. This is our red wire. Welcome back from dinner. What was on the menu tonight? Once this stream is over, I cooked up some burgers yesterday, so I'm gonna have a nice burger. Although I bought the wrong kind of burgers at the store. They're like pre-seasoned, and the seasoning on them is a little weird. Not a huge fan. I usually just put on like a little bit of like garlic powder, some salt, call it a day. That usually tastes pretty good, but it's got some weird stuff on it. Okay. So now the green wire. Alright, connecting the halves is going by pretty quick. Probably, realistically, probably only a third of the way done. Because the audio and the screen wires are going to take longer. But we're getting there. Yep. Alright, now this last wire is just the positive voltage. Yeah, I think that's a fair spot to be. I don't really know how good... I feel like Red Herring posted some stuff about like Xbox emulation on the Steam Deck, but I don't know if it's any good. But yeah, it might be one of those consoles that becomes a portable whenever the handheld PCs are good enough for it. I don't know. I think some people feel like that's when Wii portabilizing will die out, but I feel like we're already kind of at that point. But people still want to build portables, so we'll see how long this silly hobby of ours lasts. Okay. That's all looking good. I can't really imagine this wire is going to be super important. This is just a second ground wire. So we're just going to snip it for now. And then if for some reason we need another ground wire, I can just throw in another one. That wire isn't super critical. OG Xbox emulation is actually very good now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I remember looking into it a couple years ago, and it was kind of in that phase of, yeah, it exists, but no, it doesn't do anything. So that's cool that's improved. Alright, so now we need a 1.8 volt wire. So we'll grab this green 30 gauge wire for that. And then after this, I think it's just video and audio left. And then this guy should be all done. So as far as good 1.8 volt pads go, this like ring of 9, oh, you kind of can't see it. Zoom in a bit. There's this ring of 9 pads here, and those are all 1.8 volts. And then there's this little circle called TP2. And TP2 is also 1.8 volts, I believe. Actually, let me double check that, because I feel like I've wrongly assumed that a test pad was 1.8 volts one time. And it caused me a really big headache. Okay, no, that's definitely 1.8 volts. Can't wait for the day PS4 emulation becomes viable. Someday. I know... I think there was some... Like, I know there's like a very beta PS4 emulator out there that can like boot some games and play basically none of them. But someday the Steam Deck 3 will be able to emulate PS4 perfectly. And that'll be really exciting. Okay. I'm gonna route this guy all the way around here. Which might be a bit much, but it's probably about as clean as it's gonna look. Just like that. You need an actual PS4 to get the game going. I think some emulators are like that, where you need like actual console keys or whatever. I'm not quite sure why that is or how that works, but I think Wii U emulation, like if you put in like your own like console keys, you could actually like play online through the official Nintendo servers, which is kind of crazy that that's possible. Although nowadays there aren't very many official Nintendo servers still up on a lot of games, I don't think. But it's cool if that was an option. Okay. So that's all of our voltages for audio. So now we get to play the game of which audio wire is which. Alright. Dolphin runs basically perfectly on the handheld gaming PCs. Yeah. That makes sense. I'm like on the wait list for a Steam Deck. I definitely want to pick one up for Steam stuff at the very least, but chances are I'll probably throw on GameCube and Wii stuff and see how it works at the very least. Because that does sound cool. This is exactly how I think I look like while changing CPUs or basically unscrewing anything. Now, those are important skills too, but... Okay, I need to pull up audio diagrams. Yeah, portables are very cool, but emulation is also very cool. And if that's how you're able to play old games, then that is a good way to do it. But the Steam Deck seems very, very cool. Definitely excited to get my hands on one eventually. Okay. So the first one I need is... Here, let me just tin all of these pads really quick. Alright, that'll work. Okay, so W is purple, which is the one closest to the AVE, so it should be this guy. route along here. Here. Down here. Hang on, this might be one of those times where we just loop around a wire real quick to help. There we go. All right. I think this is the gambling song from Spelunky. I don't think I've ever stayed in like the gambling thing long enough to hear this long of the song. I didn't know it went on beyond like the first 15 seconds. Okay, D is blue, which is the one right next to it. Okay. Choose this guy. Oh, really? I didn't know Dolphin works with WeMFi, but not terribly surprised. Does that mean that like the Mario Kart servers people have got work through Dolphin too? Or are those still like locked out of Dolphin, kind of like how they're locked out on portables or on non-disk drive having devices? Let's see. All right, so that is D. Fun story, when I was watching your portable GameCube video, can't wait when in 20 years people will be making portable Switches. Yeah, they'll probably already exist. I do think it would be fun to put the Switch into like some sort of other shell. Like having a Game Boy Switch would be kind of cool, but that'd be a tricky process. But it's one of those someday things that I'd like to do. But yeah, Nintendo already did a pretty good job of making it portable. Don't know if I can improve on that front all that much. There we go. Okay. So we're on our third out of 7 audio lines, which it's pretty easy to solder the audio lines at this point because you've already done the hard part of soldering to the Wii vias, and these big pads are a lot easier. Alright. Did I strip that wire properly? Alright, now I definitely did. Just like that. CTGP doesn't work on Dolphin? Ah, dang. Side project I'm currently working on is running Dolphin on a Wii, because just turning on the Wii was too much work. Oh, I'm sure that'll run splendidly. Okay, what is next? MC. MC is, I assume, M. Yeah. Okay, so it's the last one in this row, which is this green wire. Yeah, that makes sense that it would be more of an anti-cheat thing rather than anti-piracy. Although, I don't know, are there that many people that, like, want to cheat on Mario Kart Wii? Although, I don't know, I guess virtually any game out there has cheaters, so I guess it's not terribly surprising, but it is a shame that it won't run on portables. Alright, there's wire number 4. Okay, next up is SDA, which is the uppermost one, which is this guy. Just like that. Okay, there's just 2 wires left, which should be this guy and then the headphone sense line. And then once I'm done with this, it should just be video wires and then success? Question mark? We'll see. So it might be done in the next half hour or so. We're getting close. And if it works first try, then I'll probably spend a little bit of time play testing it. If it doesn't work first try, then we'll spend a little bit of time troubleshooting it. Both of which are very fun. And not at all miserable. Okay. Alright, and now headphone sense. Mario Kart players are cutthroat? Suppose so. Oh. I see. I guess it could be an issue for like task stuff. That makes sense. I was thinking cheating is in more like giving yourself like speed boost stuff for like races against real people, which is still a little strange, but alright, so that's all the audio stuff. Oh, before I forget, let me connect mode to 3.3 volts, because I haven't done that yet. That's one of those things I should just do now. Where's the... this guy? Alright. So you connect this is just there's a VIA on the Wii. Or a test pad, actually. Let's see, is it this test pad that's for mode? It's been a while since I checked. Oh, okay. I didn't know. Huh. I didn't think cheating would be that rampant in like Mario Kart Wii of all things, but I guess that's probably the most competitive Mario Kart game there is, so. Huh. Well, good to know that I go for a Mario Kart Wii world record. I gotta be live. Okay, 10. 8. Okay, it's the lowest one. CP47. Let's just go ahead. Alright, so you gotta connect that guy to 3.3 volts. CTGP is like an enhanced version of Mario Kart Wii, I believe. I don't know if it's the one with like new tracks and stuff. But it lets you play online with other people. And it's pretty nifty if you really like Mario Kart Wii. I've never tried it because I assume that everyone that plays it is probably really, really good at Mario Kart Wii. I don't know if I just want to get stomped into the dirt because I don't know how to actually play Mario Kart Wii. I just play in the baby stroller and have fun. But I do remember playing Mario Kart Online as a kid. That was super fun. Okay. And then the nearest 3.3 volt spot is right here. Let's turn on my multimeter. Yep, okay. You didn't suck as much as you thought you would? Oh, okay, well, that's good. I mean, I'm decent at Mario Kart, I just don't know. I don't know any of the tricks beyond drifting, which is very technical. It took me a long time to pick that up, but I can drift like no one's business. Yeah, it's definitely more fun with friends. I set it up with Dolphin Netplay one time. We like set it up to use a bunch of custom tracks, but it was lagging pretty badly. I don't know if it was a Netplay thing or like the custom tracks thing or a combination of the two, but it just didn't really work that well, which was unfortunate because a lot of the tracks were super cool. But might be one of those things I fire up and try again some other time. Alright, so VGA is now enabled. Oh, I really hope. So I wasn't the guy who soft modded this Wii, but I hope they patched in VGA. Because if they didn't, then it won't be that bad. I have to reinstall RV Loader anyways, because this guy's running off of BB Loader. That's how old it is. How to use manual drifting instead of automatic was a tough strat to pick up. I always used automatic as a kid, so it's hard. It's actually hard for me to drift in Wii, actually. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna re-wet my sponge. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, so then we'll get this guy finished up, and it'll work first try, no issues. Almost promise. Alright. One thing I did just think of though, is the default input on this screen, is it VGA or is it composite? Because if it's composite, then I'm gonna have to hook up the screen control board. And I haven't done that on this screen in a long time. I don't know, mine was dead on arrival. Oh. Well, that makes things tricky. Hopefully this one's not dead. Well, I guess we'll find out. There's a lot of video stuff that could go wrong here, so I guess we'll see. Yeah, Dolphin on fast-paced stuff, it is a bit rough. Like a friend and I use NetPlay to play through newer Super Mario Bros. Wii, I think is what it was called. Really cool new Super Mario Bros. ROM hack. Definitely recommend it if you don't hate new Super Mario Bros. And that worked alright. You kind of have to get used to having like 12 frames of input delay. Unless you guys are really close or have really, really good internet connection. But it was playable. But yeah, for stuff like Mario Kart, Smash Bros. What else have we tried? It's been rougher. But it is a great Mario Party tool. And Deal or No Deal. It works great for Deal or No Deal. Okay. So we're going to bring the screen back in. So V is the closest one. Oh, they're labeled. Oh, I didn't realize they were labeled right here. Okay, that makes my life easy. That's a nice feature. Because most screen-driver boards are only labeled on the back side, which is a bit of a pain when you have your screen, like, screwed down. Alright. Yeah. Are you able to use Slippy on, like, anything other than Melee? I can't imagine you can, right? But, yeah, it makes sense that it's optimized for Melee. Okay, so there's V. H. Nope, just Melee. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. I haven't ever tried Slippy, but I'm not a big Melee player, so haven't been terribly interested. Yeah, I've seen like other people use it. It kind of just looks like the Melee menu, but there's just like other features in it, which is pretty sick. Alright, so this one's ground. So now we need blue. Oh, okay. This wire came, both ends of it came desoldered. That's not good. Oh, so this one's B, but let's get G resoldered real quick. Let's zoom out just a bit. Spin this guy around. It's a real pain when the ground wire is a little bit shorter than the... Come on. Oh, perfect. Alright, well, we're down to just the red, green, and blue wires, but these are always a little bit obnoxious. Alright, let's retin it. Hey there, Rhymathon. Doing pretty good. Almost done with this portable. So we're hoping it'll work first try, but it often doesn't happen. We'll see though. I'm pretty confident in this Wii trim and the power setup. Just a little bit iffy on whether the VGA stuff is all set up right, but we'll see. Okay, that's a lot better. So now we can run our blue wire over here. And then we'll trim off just a little bit. That much. Should be good. Yeah, I can imagine probably playing it with strangers. It's probably a rough experience, but friends is probably fun. Okay. All right. There's one down. So next up is green. Alright, it's already like the perfect length. Alrighty. The last wire. I hope. Just in time for the dramatic music to kick in. Okay. So I used 2 red wires on the red line, so I need to figure out which one of these is the signal and which one of these is ground. Okay, that one's ground, so we're going to trim it off. Perfect. Oh, hang on. It's like an amber alert or something. Okay, well, if any of you guys see a black Chevrolet, let me know. Alrighty. Let me just do one quick check to make sure we don't have any voltage shorts. But if we don't, then we're probably just going to drop in a battery and see what happens. Yeah, that's normal. I'll just assume 1.15 and 1 volts are good. Just doing one last sanity check. But I can't think of anything. So let's drop in a battery and see what happens. Again, we're making sure we put them in the right way. If we put them in the wrong way, then that's the end of this portable. All right. Let's do it. The screen is flashing black in weird ways. Like, I don't think the camera's picking it up, but I've never seen that before. Okay. Oh, whoops. So something isn't quite working. So I think we should figure out whether it's a screen issue or a Wii issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect. Oh, actually, I'm going to pull out the battery. And then I'm going to disconnect the wire that makes the Wii output VGA. And we're going to reconnect our composite port from earlier. And we'll test and see if the portable works through composite. To not short circuit, you might have to change the input. I might. The screen was flashing in very weird ways. Like, it would be like the top half would be black, a slightly lighter black, and then the bottom half would be a slightly lighter black. Very, very weird. I've never seen that before. But this screen it's always been a little bit weird. So I'm just going to first make sure that we're all good under composite. Because it could also just be that I didn't wire up VGA right or something. Where'd you get that battery from? I've never seen that sticker before. This was sent to me by a guy who lives in Canada. So I think he got them from some Canadian distributor. But yeah, mine usually don't have that sticker on them. Kind of handy though. It's a lot easier than trying to understand what like the tiny text on the side is. But yes, do not short circuit. It is good advice. I can't argue with it. Okay. Composite line is in place. Let's put a battery back in. Yep, put it in the right way. There we go. And we'll just power it on. Huh. This is a weird one. I don't know if you can see it, but the screen goes black. Wait. Okay, yeah, it does that. It's like booting and rebooting over. Okay. Alright, well, it turned on after a while. But that is not how that is supposed to work. That looks like a U10 issue to me. Yeah, I feel similarly. Let's take the battery out. But yeah, if your Wii is booting and unbooting, or not booting consistently, U10 is often a good thing to check. Let's see here. Just move MX out of the way for a second. Okay. Let me redo this joint and then we'll do a little bit of scrubbing. Doesn't look terrible, but okay, that looks a lot cleaner. Let's wipe it down. A little bit of isopropyl alcohol. If it's not U10, I don't really know what I'd check next. So I'm gonna hope it's U10. U10 is the chip that's responsible for like sending the boot signal to the Wii. So if something's wrong with your U10, then your Wii's gonna boot in weird ways, potentially. Might also redo a couple of the NAND lines. These aren't... That one in particular is a little wonky. Okay. We're going to give it a couple minutes to dry, because you don't want a wet board when you power it up. In the meantime, let me get... I think I have the screen driver board. Here we go. Let me go ahead and wire up the screen controls. Oh wait, I can just connect them. The ports are still in place. Alright, that makes things easy. Just plug this in. Alright, sweet. So we can fiddle with the screen settings later if we need to. Okay, it's still a little bit wet. Give it another minute. Here, I'll do a bit of cleanup while we wait. This desk has slowly gone into mess mode. Here we go. My baggie for twisted wires. Alright, MP3. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out for a while. Hope you have a good night. Oh, come on. Alright. Just wires all packed up. We can put my colored 22 gauge wire away. Are we dry yet? Okay. I think we're good for another round of tests. So we're going to drop the battery back in. Correct orientation, as always. If the screen is still being weird, then I'm going to disconnect the MX chip. Oh, wait, we got a wire. Oh, wait, no, this is just the mode wire. Okay, never mind. Let's make sure that's not touching anything, though, because that's 3.3 volts. Okay. All right, round 2. Okay. I think you can see the screen. So that's what we want to see. It booted up without any issues. I do want to make sure that's not a fluke. So we're going to turn it on and off just a couple more times. Okay. And then just one more time. Okay. So that issue was just U10 wasn't properly soldered on. I think the connection was a little bit flaky, which is why we were getting the weird screen. But that's a fun one. I've never seen that one before. Okay, so that's good. That means that our Wii boots up and works great. So now we need to figure out why we aren't getting proper video on this screen. So I'm not gonna desolder the battery this time. We're just gonna be very careful. But this is an expert strategy. Do not attempt without parental supervision. So we're gonna solder our mode pin back into place. Okay. That's perfect. And then we're gonna flip this back over. And then when we turn it on, we're gonna hit the source button. And that'll change the input. So if we're on composite right now, it'll flip it back to VGA. This is not normal screen behavior. Okay, I can't even turn the screen on and off. So something is wrong. Oh, wait, that's really weird. Oh, wait, no, they bleed. Okay, I'm concerned about this screen. Because when I power off the portable, some of the bars are black. And they stay black even after the portable gets turned off. Which is sketchy. Okay, so we're going to take the battery out because we're going to be doing some bigger stuff this time. Okay. So I'm going to unscrew this guy. Pull this off to the side for now. I think the ribbon... There's like a ribbon cable connector that the screen seats onto. And I'm wondering if that's not properly attached. Because you'll get some weird screen behaviors if that's not super tight. So I'm going to check that out. For the joysticks on this portables, do you use Joy-Con sticks? Yes. Most of my portables use Joy-Con joysticks. This one also uses Joy-Con joysticks. They're obviously going to probably wear out faster than like normal joysticks, but they're low profile, they're easy to use, so they are popular in that regard. Oh yeah, okay. The ribbon connector on this is loose. So we... Kind of a pain, but we gotta desolder all of the wires on the screen real quick. Alright. I'm a little bit worried that the screen might still be toast, though. So we'll see. Yeah, one side of it wasn't latched down properly. Okay. So we're gonna slide this in all the way. Try and get the right angle on it. Alright, let's unplug this for now. This is always tricky. Hey there, I'm doing me. We're almost done-ish. We're at that part where we're troubleshooting everything. But the Wii currently turns on and loads up properly. I'm just having some issues with the built-in screen. So I'm starting by reseating the ribbon cable connector. Okay, so now it's in there tightly. So we'll go ahead and screw it back down. But still slightly concerned. You know what, we'll only put in 2 screws for now. Just in case something's still busted. So that way I don't have to take these in and take them out every time. I think I have an extra one of these screens somewhere. So if worse comes to worse, we could just bring an entirely new one. But I'd rather not have to do that. Okay. Reattach our ground wire. Okay. And then all of our VGA lines. And then B is this one. And G. That's a little sketchy. And then the red line. Okay. I think we're all reconnected. I'll leave the LED over here for now. That shouldn't be an issue. Alright. I said hi and then started talking to someone IRL. Oh, good. I'm doing pretty good. Assembly has gone pretty smoothly so far. I just gotta get this screen to work. If I can do that, then I think we'll be mostly done. We still have to test like audio and the controller stuff. So it's entirely possible there could be issues there, but we're getting close. I just have to make this battery go in. Okay. I'll flip screen back over. And oh wait, hang on. Let me plug in the this guy. This one won't be for sale. So the story on this one is that someone started it, I think a long time ago, and then they just never finished this portable. So they asked me if I would finish it, and I usually don't like finishing other people's portables because it means I have to like fix their mistakes and then like do whatever's left. But this guy's soldering looked pretty good, and so I agreed to do it. So this one's going to go back to him once it's finished. But oh, okay, the screen is doing the exact same thing. Ah. Alright, well, that is not good. Let me just make sure I wired 5 volts up to the right spot. Double check the VGA part of the guide. Is there any way to do incremental tests when putting all the parts together? Yes. Generally you want to test each part as you go. I was pretty confident in everything up until the screen stuff. But let me just make sure I'm not... Okay. So I will need to switch the input to VGA, but I wonder if this screen is just toast for whatever reason. Actually, before I get that far, let me wire up composite to this screen and see if there's any change. Well, I don't think there will be. Hey, Stoned Edge, how's it going? We're in the throes of troubleshooting. Everything works, except the screen is being really weird. Whenever you turn on the portable, there's like very thin black bars that like bounce up and down and kind of like flicker on and off. And pressing any of the buttons on here don't change any of that. So I'm a little bit worried that something is very broken on it. Because hitting the power button on it should force it to turn off. But it doesn't do that. The black bars just keep bouncing around. Which I can't imagine is a good thing. So... okay, I was going to double check. I do programming and iterative development is super important. Yeah, it's also important for portables. But... I don't know, I skipped a few things, but... I don't think this is due to me skipping steps. Because everything else that I skip testing, I do that too. Yeah, that's 5 volts and ground. Wait, let me just double check. These rings are ground, right? Yes. Alright, so that isn't the issue. I guess I'll put a battery back in and make sure the screen is actually getting 5 volts. And that something isn't wrong with like the 5 volt side of things. But I don't think... no, actually 5 volts has to work. Because if 5 volts wasn't working, then USB wouldn't work. But USB works. I reseated the ribbon cable earlier. That was the first thing I tried. And it's still doing the same thing. So I didn't use any IPA, but it was loose to begin with. Like when I opened it up to check, when whoever installed this didn't slide in both tabs properly, so it was loose. So I'm worried something's wrong. I'm thinking, and what's really coming to mind? I think we're going to take out this screen entirely, and I'm just going to test it separate from the portable and see if I can get anything to work. Oh, if I have to replace the screen though, that's... Oh, I forgot that the G-Boy has the dumb sticker thing on it. To like, prevent like the silver part of the screen from showing up. That wire looks pretty damn thin for 5 volts. Have you tried a thick boy? It's a 30 gauge wire. I feel like that should be enough, right? Like, every screen I've ever used has run off of, like, 30 gauge wire, no issues. But it's possible that's the issue. I haven't used this screen much outside of, like, the one other G-Boy I built a long time ago. But I'll try it with 30 gauge wire on a different setup, and if that doesn't work, then I'll up the thickness of the wire. See if I can get anything to change. Okay. There we go. Okay. Popped the screen out. Okay, we're gonna set all of this off to the side. Alright, so now our goal is to just get this screen to do something. Okay. Slides in like this. I'll pinch it closed. Yeah, this screen is definitely not my favorite either, but it's what I've got to work with. So, okay. So screen is now detached from everything. We're gonna bring in the handy dandy. I don't know if the 5-volt rig works on this guy. Well, I guess we'll find out. Okay. So we'll run 30 gauge wire like we're using in the portable, just to make sure that's not the issue. That was easier than I remember for some reason. It's a bit of a pain when it's in the case, because like this driver board is bigger than the screen, so it'll like get stuck on like on the control board and stuff, and so it's a little tricky to actually fit in there. But when it's all loose, it's not that bad. Alright. Oh, I should minimize this, make sure everything's... Okay. Alright. Here's ground. Here's... Come on. Alright, there's 5 volts. Okay, this wire is ground. And solder it here. Five volts. Okay. And then we'll plug in the screen control cable to make sure we can at least like power the screen on and off. Okay. Should be all we need. So now let's connect the battery wire. And power it on. Okay. That looks normal. The screen went like entirely black like it should. I think. Yeah. So now it's doing what I feel like it should be doing. So why does it work outside of the case, but not inside of the case? Okay, well, it's good to know that the screen is not dead, and it's not the 30 gauge wire. That's the problem. So maybe the VGA wires are messing it up? Is there something? All right. Okay. So I'm gonna double check all my VGA wiring stuff, make sure there aren't any weird shorts. But at the very least, I now know that the FFC cable is seated properly, so that's not the issue. Set that off to the side. I don't know what that is. Okay. And we'll bring this guy back over. This all looks fine. None of the... There's 3.3 volt spots near there, but... There's no bridges. I think. Let me just... I guess we can check that pretty easily. Alright, well I don't think it was the VGA stuff. So maybe 5 volts wasn't providing enough power? I don't know. We'll put the screen back into place one more time and see what happens. Now we need this guy. Alright. If the screen still does the exact same thing without the VGA lines connected, then I might just call it there for the day. Because if it's still happening, then I've got some really weird issue related to like powering the screen, and that's probably going to take some digging to find, and I don't really want to spend a whole lot of time doing that right now, but I'm hopeful it was just the FFC was being picky. And that now it'll just work perfectly. Alright. I understand I have a playlist of like 200 songs and it plays the same 20 over and over again. I think YouTube's shuffle feature just isn't very good at shuffling. Okay. So I'm only going to wire up... Oh, what is... Oh, okay, no, that's the 5 volt line. So this time I'm only going to wire up 5 volts and ground. And we'll see what the screen does. If it's the same weird behavior, then it has to be something with the way the screen is getting 5 volts. Okay. I think we're ready to just drop in a battery and see what happens. Right? Is there anything I'm forgetting about? I don't think so. Alright. Let's power it up and see what the screen does. I don't think the screen did anything that time. Like, it didn't light up at all. Oh no, the black bars are back. Okay, let me check. Very nice color filament. I think the guy did a paint job on this thing. Because the inside and outside color are different, and it feels a little bit paint jobby. But yeah, it is a really nice color. I agree. Okay. So it's got to be something with the power going to the screen, I'd imagine. What voltage does the multimeter say we've got? 4 volts? Let's double up on the ground wire. Okay, so that might be the issue. Because we should have a solid 5 volts go into the screen. And 4 volts might not be enough for it. Although it is strange, because USB was working fine earlier. But... whatever the battery can stay in. I'll be careful. Thin wire can cause the drops. I feel like it would have to be a ground issue though, because there are other things here using ground, but this is the only thing over here using 5 volts. And 30 gauge should be fine. But, I don't know, maybe I'm just delirious. Because 30 gauge worked fine on the screen when it was in the other thing, but... Alright. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's not good. Accidentally got a bit of solder on the case. Looks like it didn't melt anything too badly, though. Alright. So we now have two 30 gauge ground wires, which should be enough. So let's try it one more time. Ah. All right. I think that was our culprit. I think. Yeah, let me check one more time. Yeah, the screen goes dark and does the flashy thing I expect it to. Okay. So, note to self, on the G-Boy, you have to run at least two 30 gauge ground wires. One is not enough for everything, which is interesting, because the Louis runs fine off of a single 30 gauge wire. But, I guess this screen just... I can't imagine it uses more power, surely, but who knows. Okay, so now we're going to reconnect all the VGA stuff, since we know that isn't the issue. And then we're going to try it again. And maybe this time it'll actually work fully for real. Alright. So the... Okay, so we need B. Check the voltage now. Yeah, I'll double check that the next time I turn it on. Let's see, B, G, and R. There we go. Okay. And now we'll re-plug in the screen controls board, since the guide says we'll need to switch it to VGA. Come on. Ah, there we go. Putting it in without being able to see the port is a little bit tricky. Okay, I think we're good to check. All right, moment of truth. Have I fixed my screen issues? Hey! Alright, we're looking a little bit purple. I think that's something you fix in the screen settings, though. Yeah, let's boot up Double Dash real quick, see what happens. Also, pressing A and having that do something means that the controller works, to at least a certain degree. No fat device found. Okay. Let's try Pikmin. Okay, this time it's initializing memory card, which is good. Oh, we've also got audio. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's there. Hey, Pikmin! Okay. So, the controller at least works to a certain degree. Audio works. Video works. Oh, let me see if I can fix the pink issue. I don't know if you can see it, but like on the memory card, there's like a pink splotch sometimes when it rotates. And I think you fix that by going into like menu. Oh, whoops. I think you just like lower R by a little bit, is what I've heard. Let's try 5,000. And then we'll also just run the auto config thing. Still getting... Okay, let me try powering it off and powering it back on. Because I think the pink splotches were still showing up. Yeah, it's paint. Oh, reduce green. Okay. I thought it was red you had to lower. Thanks for the tip. Let's try that. Yeah, let's set this back to 5200. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Okay, 5,000 it looks to be better. Let's see, I think it'll go away after a few seconds. Alright, thanks for the tip, Stoned Edge. That worked. Okay, we're gonna power it off. And then we're gonna get everything ready to screw shut. We're not gonna do it quite yet, because I still need to make sure the MX chip works. And everything on the controller works. And that the headphone jack works. But if those 3 tests come back happy... Oh. Well, that's, hopefully we don't need to change the screen controls anymore. Whoops. Note to self, don't tug on the wires. Tug on this guy. Okay. And we'll install the LED board again, because we don't need to take the screen in and out anymore. Okay. Oh, I forgot that. Screwing shut the G-Boy is a pain too, because the screw posts have the same annoyances as the Wii's screw posts. So that's gonna be a headache. But we'll see. I'm just gonna widen them a little bit preemptively. There we go, that should be good. Or at least better. Okay. Do I have the stuff to test that the controller works properly? I don't know if I've got the right files on the portable, but I can check and see. Yeah, plastic definitely isn't the best, but I don't know. It's always a pain to tap the G-Boy screws more than any other portable I've found. Okay, C-stick works. Main stick works. That's all great. Let's go homebrew. No, okay, it's not on here. Oh, I forgot the settings tabs doesn't work in BB Loader. You know what, let's see. Do I have any games that like test everything on the controller on here? No, I only have Pikmin and Mario Kart. Oh, wait! Okay, hang on, I'm very smart. If we go... Here we go. If I go to configure GC to Wiimote, then I can test if all the buttons work. Okay, so we know that A works. Does B work? B works. Y works. X works. Start works. Up. Right trigger works. Z button works. Oops. Left trigger works. Okay. So I'm down to say the controls all work. What else did I want to test? Headphone jack. I wanted to test if the headphone jack worked. And I wanted to test... Was there anything else? Oh, I guess, well... Oh. Okay, something went wrong. Okay, hang on. Something broke. Oh, I wanted to test MX chip. That was the other thing. Which I guess I can't do until I put some files on here. I don't know why it did that. We is dead, GG noob. Maybe. I don't know what would have killed it though. It was working fine. The video lines are all still intact, so it's not like one of those just disconnected. Is U10 still good? That was being weird earlier, but it looks like it's still good. Alright, we're gonna put a battery back in and try again. Right? It was just a fluke. Yeah, it was just a fluke. I knew it. I don't think it was just a fluke. Yeah, there it goes again. Hang on, let's let it sit for a little while and see if the Wii comes back. Alright, well, that's concerning. And I have absolutely no idea where to start on troubleshooting. Oh, well. Yes. Alright. That's a really messy issue that is going to take some time to troubleshoot. So I think I might just call it there. It almost works. That might be a power issue or a U10 issue, which is going to be tricky to figure out. So I won't do that on stream. I'll save that for another day. But aside from that, I got the portable all together and working, which is pretty good. I'm happy with that. So yeah, I think we're just going to call it there. We'll get the battery out, and then I'll work out why that's going on off stream. Might be a while before I can get to that. I'm going to have a busy week, but pretty happy with how that went. So yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. It might be a while before I stream again. My semester, I'm about 3 weeks out from it ending, so I've got a bunch of big projects and finals, and I think those are going to keep me busy for a while. But probably May, there'll be at least a couple streams. I know I've got a Louis I'm going to build, and then I'd like to try and put in my, or try to build my next portable on stream. I'm going to see if I can do that. So thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys up later. Bye!